thing yesterday. I had like 20 something in there. I was scrolling through going, man, I wish these were in alphabetical. But they weren't, and I was sad. So Arena, eh? How you guys liking the new patch, chat, so far? Right. A little overflowy in it. Thank you for the $7.81, Sire Stupid. Appreciate you. I'm going to pull that lever. It's good you're happy. Yeah, so farms now have textures, right? So you can see what's been planted, and they have better farm textures in general, which is also really nice. So, cool change. Cool change indeed. But, yeah. So looking forward to messing around and finding the new stuffs. Because there's a few new things. There's also, like, new ambiences. There's also, well, I mean, it is early spring. This poor goat died of old age. It's truly a shame, really. But as we get down to the fort itself... Oh. Jerry Gordon insists on being number 1. It appears that you're actually number 2, Jerry Gordon, due to alphabetical requirements. But thanks for the $10. Growing plants as sprites. Yes. Instead of, like, just them being blank, no sprite, anything. So, now, just to be clear, there's a change now that's been made. Now, I just did this in DF Hack yesterday, so it's not going to be super obvious in this fort. But there was not a bug, but a design decision in this game previously where if this list hit 1,000 entities, it would, or it's not 1,000, 3,000 entities, you would stop getting migrants and visitors. They now apparently cull this list when it hits 1,000. I don't know what their priorities are and which ones it culls first, but if this list used to hit 3,000 units, it would, you'd stop getting visitors and you'd stop getting migrants. To give you an idea, I used to have to clear that. I've cleared that list twice because I've hit that number twice. And this fortress has existed since, what, the year, I think, 240? So this fortress is 19 years old, and I've had to clear that list twice. So I'm happy with that. Personalized message and for the mug and time of faceless web orders. Well, hey, here's the thing. If anybody orders merch, I'm not gonna do any of the personalized thank yous until this weekend when I go camping, and then you might just get a personalized thank you with me sitting in a rubber dinghy halfway up a mountain in the snow drinking beer. Which is something I'm planning on doing this weekend. So, I don't know. Anyway, Old Zwari, hello. It's good to see you. That's a good incentive to buy. I'm just saying. Just saying. That's what I'm going to do this weekend. Anyway, so this fortress needs a lot of work. We are currently building this. Some of you might remember I screwed up. And accidentally, and I do actually mean by accident, left a pump order running for multiple years. So we have this dwarf right here, who we've nicknamed Pumpy, Heart of the Tiger, who is a legendary pump operator. So because we have a legendary pump operator, we are, who's also extremely rusty at everything, because he did nothing but pump for multiple years. I am making a pump operators guild for Pumpy. Why? I don't know. This fortress is also broken into hell, which means we have access to hell. And we're going to be trimming down around it, and we're also beginning vague preparations to attack it. Via building these bridges. Essentially what I'm going to do is this lower layer is going to be full of lava. And then this upper layer up here is going to be full of water. Or maybe vice versa. I haven't actually decided yet. And the way it's going to work is we're going to, at the same time, pull one lever, which is going to drop all of the things down here into lava and also drop all of the water on top of them. So we're going to do that in stages. It's going to take a little bit. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be risky. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to it. And then once they're all obsidianed, if there are any remainders, then we'll send the dwarves in to fight. And that's probably how we're going to do it. I could also set up ballistas and other things, which we might end up doing as well. And then we get to find out if they die in obsidian now. Is it possible to connect a lever to a inverse result? Meaning, can you... I don't think you can connect a lever to a lever. You'd have to use pressure plates for that. Or, like, some more complicated things. Although I do wish that you could connect a lever to a lever. You haven't laughed so hard at a stream as when you found that pub pie. I mean, to be fair, that is the hardest I've laughed at my own stream in a while. It's been a while since I've gut laughed like that on stream, so it was a good time. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to run through the named dwarves. A devilish potato, Aegis, Almiron, alter ego, apparent bliss, a Rende, not to be confused with another user I know named A Sunday, Artemis, Azrael, Bane, Bellinair, Blue Sandwich, Bob, Butt Kittens, Caffey, Calcium Crypt, Chow Not Found, Cilantro, Cerniv, Daddy Inspector, Deep Gift, Delta Brucity, Diamond Destruct, Domiurg, if I can say that, eats cereal, and probably his own skin at this point. Alter Ego, the second, Fastiva, Fraser, Frank the Witch, Frank. Well, it's Frank. So we got Frank the Witch and also Frank. Gamel, Camel, Genesee, Gloves, Gold Bludgeoned, Heart of the Tiger, Hex, Insula Sama, Jazz 81, Jelly Belly, Jerry Gord, Joe True, Kano, Kyra Asylum, Lenarno, Likes TTs, Loam Shag, Lucky Soft, Loomy Blade, Lyagushka, Mathers, McJerby, and then Menthal, Napalm Sideburns, Neeks, Nutwick, Old Zwari, Orange, Pablo Rasta, Ray Britt, Raziel, Rev Brown, Salty Tempest, Silent Potato, Cersei Mage, Snail, Stone, Talonartho, Thanos, Fuck Don't Think, Fold, Tredge, Trimcoff, Tropicami, it keeps going, Teeth, Tyree Victory and Solace, Whisperfire, Wanderlust, Wild Magically, Z29, and Zephyrcloud. They're surprised Thanos is still alive. Still wearing the glove, too. Still wearing the glove, too. Let's take peeks at some, shall we? Like the Prince telling Arthos. How you doing, kiddo? You're 8 years old? He is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. What happened to you? You're still alive. I think. You just had your name lost. So I'm going to go double check that because I'm pretty sure you're actually still alive. Because there's you and Cold-Blooded that are both still alive, but you just lose your names pretty frequently. Because there's no Jaden? No, there is no Jaden. Is no Jaden. Jaden did die. Yeah, Claiborne. Claiborne, you still have your name. It's just in your rank. You did die, what the fuck? Yep. I want to say you died in the caverns when we were trying to retake the caverns. But I will also be honest, I can't entirely remember. Did this fortress start in the year 50? No, it started in the year 240. And I started playing in this world in the year 219. I've done a number of forts in this world. All right. So I am curious as to see what the frame rate is. I'm just going to unpause the game. Because I don't actually know what it's going to settle at. Previously, we were at like 8 to 9. But I did some fiddling in DF hack. All right. We've saved about 10. That's usable. You're excited to try it later today? Hey, Sam. Cheers. Yeah, no, I mean, I think if it's the patch video, then I recorded that before stream. If it's the actual fighting one, then we did that on stream just now. Frames, yeah. No, this fort's big and laggy. Big and laggy, and well, music. Hold on. So, music went out on my end. Not for you guys. And I jiggled the... I think I might need to put a little bit of a, like, contact cleaner into the volume slider on my... audio interface. Because it just, like... vanished for a moment there. Like I had no audio for a moment. All right, so I also need to jump down to this. We need to pull this lever. What else is big and laggy? You're That's mean, animal. That's mean. That's mean. Going straight to the place where it hurts. Chat, what do you guys think of the new emote, by the way? Crypt Palm. I'd like to know your guys' full review of the brand new emote, Crypt Palm. You think it's pretty good? I can't even type in Crypt Palm just yet. It's a facepalm in Gorlak. Turns out it's very hard, according to Cooler, it's very hard to make an emote of a character that is all a face that still maintains a body but obviously has a face. There you go, Sam Vinyl. We do have some follower emotes that people who are not subscribed to the channel can use. All right, looks like our Monarch has demands as per usual. So ballista arrows and grates. Let's see, do I actually have ballista arrows queued up? No, I don't. Steel ballista arrow. Assemble steel ballista arrows. 3. And I just made adamantine ballista arrows as rite of passage, and I just did it a second time. It shouldn't be. Just refresh your stream if you can't use it. I can't use it yet, which is why I ask. Yeah, Twitch takes a little while to realize that there are new emotes. This will get this all draining. I might actually entirely drain this thing because I want to get some of this armor out of here. I mean, third time's the charm, as they say, right? The emotion is very relatable, and the coloration and the comprehensiveness are very well made. It's one hell of a review of an emote, Animal. Thank you. Did I use a pump stack? Yeah, the pump stack's up here. It's a bit overkill, but I mean, it works. And Then down here we have our little side door, which I can open while that whole thing drains. It's finally happening? What's finally happening? If I can ask. Not sure what thing is happening that we are currently referring to. Your mother is learning Dwarf Fortress. Oh, that's not where I was going to go with that at all. Cool? Awesome? Oh, is there another patch? Did they patch the patch a third time so they could be certain that it was time to patch the patch? Poor timing, animal. Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like they just hotfixed it. Last major update caused the embark button to become unclickable. This patch fixes that. This is my favorite patch notes I've ever seen. Our last major update caused the embark button to become unclickable. You can't embark in Dwarf Fort. Animal doesn't drink. Animal's just high on life at all times. Yes, water. Why? Animal is the peak performance of human. I don't need to drink. I have ADHD. Yeah. Mood. Damn good water then. Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm not making a video on that update. On the fixing the embark button. Not doing that. Nope. Cats are also blissful after a bath because they bathe by grooming, or is that dwarves bathing them? No, cats will just be happy after a bath just by existing. I'm just explaining to people that are like, why are we not hearing about adventure mode progress? Because there's been no progress. Sheesh. Sixth coffee of the day. I'm only on my first. What are we shorting? Is some stock dropping? Claiborne? I want to say hats off to all of those mad lads over on the Wall Street Bets subreddit, shorting Tesla right now. I've seen at least 3 posts about that. I'm just watching from the sidelines, lurking. Not GameStop? I mean, GameStop stock is crashing pretty fast still because they're doing a real good job of it. So maybe. People are shorting Tesla. There's one guy that is. Hold the phone. Why am I holding the phone? Okay, now I'm holding a phone. What are we talking about? Can I put the phone down now? Sal, please. Please. People pay attention to stocks. I do. I just don't have enough money to actually make a difference. God damn it. Well, too bad. I've put the phone down now. This is the best news you've heard about since if a stock exists, there's somebody dumb enough out there to short it. Doesn't matter whether it's a good idea or not. My game is thinking. There we go. Put it back up. I missed it. Okay, now I'm holding the phone again. Can I unhold the phone, please? I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I should be a gazillionaire. All right, what's the last video I made that actually made some decent money that I can brag about? I'm not holding it any higher up than I was already holding it. Future of the Fortress video got 10,000 views. $28, not bad. Took me about 3 hours to make that video. Once I remove 40% for taxes, yes, gazillionaire. Def. That's a mistake, opening Twitter cell. NordVPN sponsor when? I would prefer to advertise people that don't just steal your data and then give it away to hackers and then not tell you about it. Like, I feel like it would be smarter to, like, promote some sort of MLM scheme than some untrustworthy data company. You covered the cost of that in an hour of a workday? Yeah, some people make a lot of money. But that happens. I'm not one of those people. My Dwarf Fortress is having a hard time. Is somebody stuck somewhere? You're late. You just got here. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Art of Stuttering. What processor am I running? i7-7700K. Birth lottery makes no sense, hence why you're a socialist. Dwarf Fortress is still thinking. Try getting all those on TikTok? Nah, I'm good. There we go. I just need to work on my pathing for this fort. Rich as fuck with all these dwarf redeems. You make 5K each. You know what's even funnier about that? Is I just have infinite channel points. And, like, it obviously has no actual financial value. Yep, game's still not responding. You'd be going for a fine whiskey sponsorship? Congrats. Good luck convincing any of them to actually sponsor you. The only, like, alcohol sponsorship you could probably get would be Voodoo Ranger, the brewery, because they sponsor people relatively frequently. But the problem with Voodoo Ranger is, one, their beer isn't that good. Absolutely nothing, Jerry Gord. Is one, their beer isn't very good. And two, they will only sponsor you if you live in the States. So good luck, because I don't live in the States. Also, I don't like their beer, so there's that. Now the frame rate's better. Up and down again? Never had anything from New Belgium. No, I'm in Canada. Everybody assumes I live in the States, and it's a lifelong battle for me. If I lived in a terrible country like that, I wouldn't be able to do this for a living. I would have been bankrupt 4 years ago. Siege incoming? Doubtful. That's not this kind of lag. Maybe in your reality, Bank. You're Canadian? Nah. No, if I lived in the States, I wouldn't be able to do this for a living because I would have been bankrupt by my own disabilities on the American healthcare system because my my monthly medication costs outweighed my income for the last few years. Only up until, well, basically December. So, yeah, this fort's, like, just hitching like fucking crazy. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to just see if it passes. I'm going to give it a bit. But this is concerning. Oh, they'll turn on me. Art of Stuttering. FPS death? No, this isn't FPS death. If you think this is FPS death, then you've never seen FPS death. FPS death is just where your frame rate goes down to 1. No, this is hitching. So the game is freezing. That's not FPS death. Too much gold? Maybe. Maybe something's in the error log? Yeah, maybe. I don't know what I would be able to get out of that, though. Let's take a peek. Why are we talking about irrelevant things that I don't really have an opinion on, or not that I don't have an... Why are we talking about things that, like, even if I did have an opinion on it, I wouldn't be able to change? I don't give a shit. Eggbeard. I think that the royal family is a moronic, antiquated piece of shit, but I don't have any actual say or anything to do with that, so it doesn't really matter. Error log's empty currently. Nope, never mind. No, it's not. Well, this is interesting. Unrecognized graphics token. Shrub. Usually when there's hitching, though, I just wait until it fixes itself. When I die. Probably after I'm dead. Or when you stream it next. Other one. That's interesting. Sounds like I need to burn down every shrub on the map. No, I mean, it hasn't hitched in the time that I've been looking at the error logs, so I think it might also just be a matter of waiting. The elf that's been living in my fort for the past year wants to have full citizenship, at which point I will grant that. You've already been living here for a year. Yeah, I am so far removed from the Commonwealth that I don't care. It's just a face on my money over here. All right, game, just please stop seizing on me, will you? Making me nervous. Gonna wait until that clothing's removed. And entertaining cats, they eat your food. They scare some dwarves, depending on the vermin. They drink your booze. Someone said in chat they cause items to degrade. I don't know if that's true. They feed other livestock. They can be caught. Some of them can be milked. You can tame them. They've got plenty of tasks. The FPS counter is something that you have to enable in the settings menu. So if you've never noticed it, it's because you haven't enabled it. Trying to follow this conversation. There's like 4 of them happening in chat. Yeah, I don't turn the FPS counter off. At least not in this version. I used to never have it on in the older versions. But in this version, I've had it on because the frame rate's gotten weird in this version. Weird again. It stopped being weird for a long time, then it started being weird again. Need to clear all these webs out. Fort's filling up with webs because I've got auto-collect webs turned off currently. Still running decently okay-ish. Bodies won't flow off map. You have to drain the river. Or dam the river. You can use pumps to pump the water in a different direction and drain it just enough so that a dwarf can jump down. Wait for it to freeze and then dig the body out. Plenty of options. It's quite tricky though, Banks. That's why people use floodgates. Well, I mean, a river that's like in a brand new embark that's just arrived there definitely won't have floodgates in it. Saw something you've never seen before. Neighbors screens, 5 live dwarves, blank line. Both the tower and the blank line are hostile. Blank line is probably either some mega entity or something that is hidden, which would be either A, a vault, or B, some unnamed group or entity, like a mercenary group or entity. Could provide some fun. Those would be my guesses. Still getting the hitching a little bit. Also, we got a bunch of Gorlaks. You know, this is actually like leading me to believe right now that maybe what is happening is something's stuck somewhere. That's what it's almost starting to feel like. But that would just pull the frame rate down, which would be very FPS death-ish. This is just hitchy. Hitchy usually means that there's a lot of complicated pathing to one particular region, and I don't know what could be causing that. It does appear that there's a lot of dwarves making clothing right now, which makes sense. There's also a lot of dwarves constructing stuff, but this wasn't causing frame rate issues previously in this fort. Like, it wasn't hitching the last time I played it, and also wasn't hitching yesterday when I was fiddling with this one. So I'm just going to kind of let it run for a little bit and see if it improves. Oh. Wonder if my surface layer is full of lava. An artifact steel shorts are damn, dude. That's the good shit. Nope. Okay, so lava is flowing off the map. Hey, Kelpie. Or Cappy. Nix awaits. Hello? No, it's lava's fine. I did, in fact, put a door there. So the lava is not the issue. Again, now I have right as I say it, now there's another hitch. I'm also not blaming the patch, by the way, because this fortress is just big and old, and it's been getting hitchy anyway. To the point where I may have to retire it shortly after the Hell Siege. But we'll play it out regardless of how hitchy it gets. I've played laggy forts before. It's not my first time, so. I don't know what you mean with that question, Lettuce. Could be some issue with the new images in the farm. Yeah, maybe. I mean, here, I'll check again, see if I'm getting more of those. Reopening the error log. Yeah, looks like we got more errors found. I don't know where to send it though. Go take a look at the bug discussion. Seeing if anybody's running into the same thing. They're talking about purring maggots, of course. Well, posted the error. Sounds like it's time for Dwarven Sonar. You probably dug past it. I don't think it's ever time for Dwarven Sonar. It's time to dig more. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to go, like, abusing exploits to find the thing you're looking for. It just means you need to look harder. TBH, I kind of regret telling the entire new community about Dwarven Sonar. I really wish I didn't do that. Because nobody was making videos or talking about it until I mentioned it on stream one day. Which I think kind of sucks. With a single dwarf in a fortress? Wait, like me physically, me, like human me on an island? Or are you asking, like, what dwarf out of fiction? Yeah, well, I mean, I have a tutorial about it, but please don't ever recommend people use that in my chat, Lettuce. Because I don't use it. For reference. I don't use it. I think it's a really crappy workaround for people. What's up, Zanuki? Does underground tree chopping aggravate elves? It used to. I don't know about this version. So version 47, yes. This version, I don't actually know. Seen a video or two that explained it. I mean, I made a video about it because after I mentioned it on stream, I suddenly started seeing videos popping up about it. I mentioned it on stream, and within like a few hours, or not a few hours, but like within a day, there was like 4 videos on YouTube that popped up and I recommended that had all been uploaded recently. I was like, ah, come on. To be fair, it's a bug that's been in the game since 2011-ish. Absolutely. I actually had a fortress for a couple of years, Jerry Gord, that was constantly under constant harassment by a specific were creature that came from one of my previous fortresses, which was good fun. It was this were creature that came from one of my forts that I expelled from one of my forts that was just repeatedly attacking us for years. It was fantastic. Yeah. Of course, salty. Unless we're wait, are we talking about trees or are we talking about Dwarven Sonar? Trying to figure what it is in this instance. It's a were-koala? Aw. Well, I mean, I got to see the were-elephant sprite in that Let's Play, which is interesting. Dwarven Sonar? Gotcha. Yeah, no, Das Tactic is a big fan of all of the cheesy tactics, shall we say. You always kill them or see them inside. That's usually what I do too. Yeah. I mean, the problem with expelling them is sometimes they'll just go join your faction again. They'll just like go join the mountain home and then they'll send more were creatures. Are you gonna legally change your name to first name Stone and then add Stone in as a middle name? You have 2 questions. Is there a way to build in water except pumping it out? No. And since you don't like Dwarven Sonar, what do you think of glass floor revealing the layer beneath without digging? I mean, it's not just glass floor that does that. At least that requires you to build something. For me, with Dwarven Sonar, at that point, you might as well just use DF Hack Reveal, right? The one use for Dwarven Sonar that I see as justified, in my opinion, is if somebody wants to play a super heavily pre-planned creative build fortress, shall we say, and they want to use that as part of their planning process, at which point, okay, sure, fine. But if you're just digging in Dwarf Fort and you miss the caverns, that's not a good reason to use it. Glass floor is see-through, and so are what do you call it? So are minecarts. So are minecarts. Minecart tracks are also see-through. Have the same effect. But I don't know. I just don't want to see people recommending it in my chat. That's the whole basis of this conversation, right? Unless somebody specifically asks about it, then go nuts. But talk about whatever you want, really. Just makes me sad that's the default thing. Because half the fun of Dwarf Fortress for me is digging around and finding the caverns, right? And then building around what you end up with. Snalper spelled Sniper's own name wrong. Yeah, sure. And I guess, like, for me, like, if you're going to recommend somebody use Dwarven Sonar for something, you have to recommend it with, like, 18 caveats, right? And the caveats should start with, this is a bug. And is an exploit. And you're abusing a bug. This isn't a mechanic. But whatever. Exactly. Mox. The Stormbringer, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. That later turns into a death pit. Hey, whatever works. Third eye, not really. Echolocation, yeah. Well, unless you count seeing ghosts as third eye, which I don't. But they don't really have echolocation. They do have dark vision, though. You're sure the dwarven child has been possessed. Which one, though? Game seems to have stopped hitching, so that's good. Strange mood. There you go. Well, it's not that jam. Pitch black, low ceilings. It's like Gandalf walking into a hobbit hole. Just has to bend over all the time. Thanks, Banks. It's very, very, very unfinished, but that's the way of things with forts. Atom smashers are an accepted mechanic, right? Like, Tarn has stated that quantum stockpiling and atom smashers are were originally a bug but are a mechanic. Dwarven sonar is an exploit that is not really an accepted mechanic, that isn't something that the developers have accepted to exist. You're grabbing platinum? Okay. What are Dwarven reactors then? That is a mechanic. Okay, so here's the thing. Dwarven sonar is an exploit. It is a mechanic that is working in a way that it's not intended to, that takes away from the game's experience. If you want to cheat, use DFhack. Okay? Everything else you guys have mentioned are mechanics. Accepted mechanics. Twisting the game's systems into working in an effective way. Dwarven sonar just doesn't make any sense the way it works, and is something that's going to be removed when the map rewrite happens. Right? The difference is it planned to be removed or not? Dwarven sonar is a bug that is planned to be removed. Everything else you've mentioned is not going to be removed. That's the difference there. So can we stop like asking, is this a bug? Is this a bug? Is this a bug? Because if it's planned to be removed in a later update, I consider it a bug. If it's not planned to be removed, I don't consider it a bug. This is a stupid argument and a really pointless discussion. Go nuts. Use whatever bugs you want in your own fortresses. I just don't want to see it as a recommended mechanic, because it's not a mechanic. If you want to cheat, use DFhack. I agree, RN, and I don't use reactors for that reason. Just because it's way cooler to me to have the image of like a giant canal flowing off the map more than anything. But I like knowing my opinion on what is a bug and what is a mechanic. This could go on all day. Because Tarn has stated it's planned to be removed. I don't think the bug tracker's been updated in forever. But there is no list of what's planned to be removed, no. Tarn has just stated that will be, in an interview ages ago, he stated that would be removed as part of the map rewrite. Not everything, Sniper. Trust me. Not everything's right. Also, it hasn't been updated since 2020. Chat, Cooler, the artist, is now in chat. If you have feedback on the new emote, leave it now and at Cooler_SK with it. Which one? DK Razzie. I like the look of Stone Sense in some forts. I think Stone Sense looks ugly in others. I don't like looking at Armok Vision, which makes me feel bad because the person who makes it's cool. There's two. The newest emote is Crypt Palm. It was uploaded this morning. So if you have feedback for Cooler, now's the time to post it. Stone one. There's also Armok Vision. Your honest reaction. How do you feel about the emote? Facepalm. Probably not a good response though. That a Gorlak? That's the point. Yes, it's supposed to be a Gorlak. Facepalming Gorlak, constantly disappointed in everything that the dwarves are doing. So you can look at your rectangular surface fort in stunning 3D. Stunning? 3D? Sure. I don't know if I would say that anything about Armok Vision looks stunning, but... Also, shoutouts to this YouTube comment that on that 100 amphibian men versus 100 gnomes video I posted. Ah, yes, the answer to the question I've always never had while playing Dwarf Fortress. So this kid is making some kind of an artifact, considering the very first item he grabbed was platinum nuggets, and the game's not responding again. God damn it, video game. Idiot queen just gave her artifact office to the symbol to a goblin criminal. Wait, hold on a second. Has your queen been corrupted? That's awesome. Can you interrogate your queen? That's amazing. I've never seen that happen before. That's cool. So Kiddo here has grabbed platinum as well as now steel bars. Palm tree? You're definitely doing the new emote right. Cooler. Yeah. So it's a crafts dwarf shop. It's got platinum and steel. What else have you grabbed here, kiddo? Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Which is it this one? Ah, there it is. Platinum nuggets, square cut black diamonds, and now steel bars. This kid's got expensive taste. Artifact was reported missing and you saw her take it to the edge of the map to the gobbo. That's so funny. That is so funny. You should interrogate your queen. You had a dwarf try to take off with an artifact, so you sent the guards to kill him to make sure... not sure you can do that to a queenie? Yeah, I don't know about that. That's so funny. My favorite corruption was I had a... So I sent my captain of the guard to go interrogate somebody that I knew just stole an artifact from me, right? And I sent my captain of the guard to go interrogate that goblin. I think it was I think it was a human zombie. It was like a human intelligent undead. And in the time that he took him to the office to corrupt him, got corrupted by the human. And so in the interrogation report, it had all of the details about how it corrupted 2 of my dwarves to steal an artifact and prepare a coup. One of them successfully stole an artifact, stole the artifact, left with the artifact, delivered it to an unknown entity, and then also corrupted another dwarf, attempted to corrupt another dwarf successfully, who was my captain of the guard, corrupted the captain of the guard to prepare a coup, and the captain of the guard agreed. So I had to assign a new captain of the guard to put the old captain of the guard in prison before the old captain of the guard stole a new artifact, as well as the zombie. So zombie goes to prison, captain of the guard goes to prison, and I made a new captain of the guard. I could have just left that captain of the guard as that captain of the guard, who would then go steal an item after that dude was let out of prison, but... you know. All right, let's see. What do you need here, kiddo? Okay, keeps muttering. So kid's got everything he needs, which is giant bat leather, steel bars, square cut black diamonds, and platinum nuggets. Any bets on what the kid makes? It's a craft store shop. Hey, you know, I'm very happy that that dwarf was honest. I'm going to turn on automatic web collection again. Platinum nest box, that would be fantastic. Oh, wow. Turn on web collection and the frame rate just vanishes momentarily. I mean, the easy way to get lots of cloth is just make sure that there's lots of spider thread around or spider webs around, and make silk. That's the easy way to make cloth. But if you just set up a repeating order right at the start of a fort and make 2 farm plots that both have pigtails in them right off the bat, you'll probably be okay. At least that's been my experience with the entirety of my time with Dwarf Fort, is just right when you start a fort, have a farm plot that makes, you know, materials for clothing and you'll be fine. All right, so it's time to make Pumpy's Guild Hall, chat. Pump Operator Hall. Citizens only? Citizens and long-term residents only? Citizens only. Let's see how many pump operating children we get. That certainly sounds hard, Frank. How are you doing, Frank? Your dwarf's still alive, by the way. Which is really funny, because we've got two dwarves named Frank, one beneath each other. We've got Frank, and whoa, it's Frank! Farmer's Workshop, process plants, yes. Process plants gives you more seeds for pigtails. And I think they brew pigtails by default. So you might want to deactivate that if you're having too many problems. All you got is mostly rice beer? Gotcha. I don't know. I think so, Ishmael. But I don't actually know the answer to that. I would assume so. That brewing would also give you seeds, but brewing removes the plant, and because pigtails can only grow 2 out of 2 seasons of the year, it's a slow-going process. You thought only cooking destroys seeds? You're probably right, frankly. Let's unsuspend this. Game's hitching again. I think brewing always gives seeds for every plants. That seems correct. I've not seen enough divine fabric to tell you, Chad. Yushra, the dwarven child, has created Udtost, a native platinum amulet, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Uzol Boardbirds, not beardbirds. Boardbirds. Question is, who's Ozol to you, Dwarf? Ah, your dad. Well, ain't that cute? Bling for daddy. This is a native platinum amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with steel and encircled with bands of oval black diamond cabochons and bat leather. This object menaces with spikes of native platinum. I think that artifact should be put on display for everybody to witness. There it is. Right there. The ultimate macaroni art. Truly, yes. Truly the ultimate macaroni. All right, so this fort laggy, right? We need to work on frames. So that's what we're going to be doing for a bit, I think. I think a large portion of this is all of this clothing. So what I think I'm going to do is we have this refuse pile, right? All the way up here. What if we just made a much more efficient one? Although, I wonder if I could just add use clothing to this one, because this would be much better. I could just do it that way. You wish your kids would make platinum amulets? What, instead of macaroni art or squibbles? So I guess I'll... kind of tempted to just put everything that's like lower quality. No shields, no metal. No other materials. Plant cloth, yes. Silk, yes. We'll just do that. See if I can use that as another method of gauging what needs to be gotten rid of. And then minecart that's right there. You're also going to take armor. I'll say everything. Chuck him into the volcano. Baby's first forge. It's very dwarfy of you. I'm listening. I love that there's just like an obsidian amulet sitting right here. I'm sure it's not there because it's refuse. It's just sitting there because somebody dropped it there. Is somebody fighting in the tavern? Why is there puke in the tavern? What's up, Nogud? Or Nognud? Or Nova Vid that gives more ins and outs of stockpiles. Tekkit has an old one that's very, very good, but it uses the old graphics. Synth, I think is how you say that. It's hard to say because of the I instead of the Y, but thanks for continuing that sub. Cheers. Could use some insight process on cleaning up the frames. You've been sitting on 5 to 10 FPS for a while. Load your game up in DFHack, run all the clean fix commands, exterminate unneeded animals and critters, and then start disposing of items. After backing up your save. Always back up your save before screwing around with DFHack. And then after that, it's just a matter of, all right, let's see if I can lower the number of overall items in the fortress. Is largely what you want to do generally. Yeah, let's see if I can find that Tekkit video. Hold on. I like how I type in Tekkit stockpile and it autocorrects to Tekken stockpile, not Tekkit. There's the advanced basics video. For Tekken. Although he's been too much of a perfectionist on his new content and hasn't put anything out. Which makes me grumble at him. As the anti-perfectionist, it makes me grumble at him. Food disappears from this when it goes to waste. But all of my food's in bins and barrels and pots and things, so it's not going to waste. No problem, Nog. Gotta hop off. We'll see you when we see you, animal. Snooze goods. I mean, the frames are going up slightly. And whatever's causing those hitches is becoming less consistent. Rock. Just random rock. We've got marble pots. We got rock salt pots. 2 out of 1,000. I stumbled on a stream last night that had a goal, a tip goal that was just move out of my mom's basement, and it was for $1.5 million. It was like 0.06% complete or something. And they had a sub goal which was 696969. I'm kind of impressed by the dedication. But also thanks for the second month, El Deuterino. Welcome back, dude. Just pay forward the next 998? True, yep. Priorities? Totally. They're going for a basement? Yeah, they're committing to the bid. Although 1.5 million, that's just like a normal 3-bedroom house here. Unless it's like about to actually fall over. Making charcoal still. Making all those hoods. I wonder how many dwarves are hanging out in the pumping thing. Not many. Thanks for the 2 subs, El Deuterino. Cheers, dude. On how to make books? I don't, because I haven't made books in this version yet. I was kind of thinking about doing that in this one, but I'll be honest, I'm generally too fucking lazy to make books. It's pretty simple though. You use a presser to press plants into a slurry, and then you use a mill to make flour, which can give you a slurry as well. Yeah, and then you use a presser to press the slurry into sheet, and then you make the sheet into quires, and then you just need to wait for your dwarves to write a book. If you have a library, and then you make the what's the word? You make sure there's writing material, which is quires, in your library, and then they do it. I started making books in Long Death, and now you do it in every fort. Generally, what I do is I just import sheet and then make quires. That's usually what I do. I don't generally bother making my own paper. I import paper, which is sheet. So if you just like import a whole bunch of sheet or request a whole bunch of sheet from your mountain home, or from the humans tend to bring them, then yeah, you'll be fine. They're finally putting all their crap away. There's multiple different ways to make them. That's just one way that I know of. You can also make sheet out of leather somehow. I don't actually know how. But I know that you can also make paper out of leather. No, but you make them in the same way you make them at mills. There's like 8 different ways of making paper, because you can make skin paper, leather paper. You can make plant cloth paper. Or plant paper out of like hemp, rope reed, or any of the others. Tannery, quicklime skin. Okay, there you go. It's impossible for me to read the word papyrus without screaming, "But papyrus! It's papyrus!" Magma into bookmaking? I mean, you could set the book writer on fire while they're writing the book and hope they finish the book before they burn. No? Not really. Books and lava don't really work well together. It's sort of like me and most coworkers. We need magma press? I mean, maybe a powered press, but I don't know how a magma wood press work. Well, actually, true. You could use forges to make book bindings, and then you could bind books that have been written on quires. You could do that. Hey, Thomas. Do you say hey? What's going on? My favorite dwarven manager, more like favorite dwarven mismanager. Magma press for when you need flatter magma. Well, it's not nearly flat enough. You know, these might also be causing the hitching. All these bridges that I'm working on. I did kind of queue up a whole bunch of obsidian bridges all at once. And some of my stockpiles depends on what's in the stockpile. Some types of stockpiles need bins, some really don't. You know, starting to be worried that I actually need to do retracting bridges on this. I'm going to do retracting bridges because the demons might be too heavy for them. It's personal preference, really, Slow Dive. I like to know how much is in my stockpiles mostly. Also, I don't know if your name is related to it, but Slow Dive is a good band. Well, then make a Necronomicon with obsidian book bindings. Easy. See those dwarves moving really slowly in the center of the screen? They're carrying gold tables. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There are certain creatures that just stop drawbridges from going up/down. You want to visit the doggy room? You mean the soon-to-be lunchroom? What about flying clowns? What about them? This is like a what about Zoidberg question. I don't know. What about him? Get them a limo? Yeah, no, I agree. The funny thing is, majority of the things we're going to be fighting are going to be flying. But I'm hoping that the water will knock them into the lava. That or I'll just simply do the lava on top and the water on bottom. Doesn't really matter to me, really. All that needs to happen is the creatures need to be pushed into the lava. I mean, they'll all fly for a very short period of time, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, did I pull an on-off valve for this? I did, but that's going to make this overflow because I'm a genius. I'm sorry, why are you not powered? I like how this needs pi power. Like, it needs pi power, exactly. Right on the dot. What about Zoidberg, though? To be honest with you, I never thought, what about it? Okay, so we're going to dig a trench right here. I almost fell into ABBA lyrics just now. I'm a monster. Never mind. Not actually going to dig a trench right there. Check what's underneath the trench before you dig it, chat. Otherwise, you'll get a real crappy trench. Turns out. crumbles. Come on. Do I have to dig it right there? Can I go one tile up? I can. Well, that works. Let's see if I can go all the way down. There's so many volcanoes on this map, it's a little nuts. So we need to go to that layer. Hell yeah, alter ego. So we're gonna go all the way down there, and that's gonna be how we're gonna get water down to our thingy. Very excited. Except there's going to be a way down on this side. Not quite that far. Little overshot there. And go down to there. Also, in regards to merch, any merch ordered this week is going to get a thank you video from me halfway up a mountain, probably. Potentially in a rubber dinghy, possibly drinking beer, definitely in the snow. Assuming I actually go camping this weekend and it doesn't get canceled due to weather. We'll see. Fingers crossed. So you're saying you should put in another order. I don't know, you do you, Ming. Yeah, I mean, it's just me going through going, all right, this one. Hi. I'm just saying, if you're planning on ordering an extra sticker for some stupid reason. So this is all going to get dug out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have what do you call it? We're going to have ourselves a method of blocking this, probably using, if I had to guess, probably a floodgate. Put a floodgate like right there. And we'll dig sideways into this, and it's going to go down here, and it's going to fill up a little reservoir at the bottom. And at the bottom, the reservoir is then going to flow in to the underwater area. How did I make this river? With skills and knowledge. I dug into a aquifer, and I routed it down to here. It's pretty simple, really. What do I think of that? I hope it works. I don't know what a Lenovo Legion is. I hope it comes with a spear and a helmet with a fuzzy thing at the top. Otherwise, it's not truly a Legion. Yeah, I made the river using an aquifer on this up close to the surface. Time to learn modern algebra? Have fun. No shield? I think it's a PC. I assume it is because Lenovo is a brand of, like, laptop builder. So I'm assuming it's a computer. But what do I think of that? Hope it works. Hope it runs the game well. Yeah, I think gaming laptops are a horrific waste of time and money, but for me, the point of a laptop is to be small, compact, and portable, and every gaming laptop I've ever seen, touched, or owned in my entire life has been not small, not compact, and not particularly portable. So to me, they're kind of a redundant item. But if it works for you, I wish you all the best. Yeah, and they're also never quite powerful enough. It's like, I can see the reasoning for a Steam Deck, right? Like a portable gaming device. It's pretty well optimized, works decently well, plays most things decently. You bought a gaming laptop at one point, loved it for 6 months, and then kind of hated it from then on out. Yeah, I mean, it's like my older sister and her husband both play on Asus Republic of Gamers laptops, and they love them. Yeah, no, I mean, any laptop can play some games, but buying a laptop specifically for gaming has always been a little goofy in my mind. That's what I actually think of that, since you asked. But then again, I'm also a desktop idiot, and people buy phones for gaming now, so I'm I guess just an out-of-touch old man at this point when it comes to what the actual kids are doing. Got a VR headset and wanted something that you could take to friends' houses that could power VR Steam games? Hell yeah. I mean, like, if you have a use case for it, by all means. But Sniper asked me what I think of it, and that's what I think of it. I think largely gaming laptops are kind of redundant. Like, I've thought about buying a laptop for a while, but if I buy a laptop, it'll probably be a fucking Chromebook. Just something I can take to the coffee shop to edit documents and do, like, light work. Surface Pro 2 has been a little disappointing for gaming. I thought about buying a Surface used for a little bit and then looked at how much it cost to buy a new one, and my brain melted a little bit. I was just like, really? Are those really that much? Wow, okay. And then didn't buy one. I must have upset all of the laptop users, because when this laptop conversation started, I lost 25 viewers. Apologies to all laptop users out there. I'm not offending your people. I'm just stating my opinion. But also, I haven't owned a gaming laptop since, like, the aughts. So, they've definitely improved in quality. That's a very specific use case, nuclear sneeze. Wow. Yeah, for me, like, the only, like, real logical use case for a gaming laptop is a student, which I'm not. Yeah, if you could afford a desktop, you would absolutely get a gaming rig. Well, here's the thing, right? Most gaming laptops will end up costing more. Like, it's outside of, I guess, like, maybe screen. Like, yeah, I guess if you're buying, like, a 4K monitor or something, then yeah, a desktop's gonna end up costing way more. But if you're going for, like, 1080p gaming, which is what I do, desktop's way cheaper. Way cheaper. And usually, like, a more outdated desktop will outpower most laptops. At least in my experience with the computers I've built. I've never really been a top-of-the-line, most recent, I buy all the new shit person. I play Dwarf Fortress, after all. So the dwarves are working on the stuff on the basement, and other dwarves are working on stuff in the surface. Still Sizzletongs. Sizzletongs still lives. MacBuddy. Some would consider your i4600M enabled laptop a gaming laptop. I'll be completely honest with you. I am so out of tech at this point. Like, I don't even know what that is. Like, I'm one of those people who, and I know I'm not alone in this. I'm one of those people who pays a lot of very close attention to tech when I need to buy something, and then promptly forget that all of it exists for the next 4 to 8 years until I need to buy something again. Yeah, no, absolutely, Gamble Camel. Your dwarf's still alive, by the way, if you missed the readout earlier. It's a 15-year-old i5. Damn. Damn. Still rocking it. You know, like I said earlier, hey, if it works, it works. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Grunty. Unless you are actively streaming 4K video and playing high-end games on the same machine, there is no reason to own a 4090. Yep, still alive. Camel, still alive. And part of the reason I say that, though, Grunty Thirst, is because I listen to a lot of tech podcasts. I listen to a lot of gaming podcasts. I listen to people who talk about this stuff frequently, and I read a lot of articles. And all of the people who own those new cards are like, I mean, like, you can generate AI art real quickly. But aside from that, it's like, there's really nothing that you can do with them right now. There's kind of no point to owning any of them. Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to laptops, like, just in general, though, El Duderino, I've been thinking about picking up a laptop for some time, like I said earlier. Although, for me, it would end up probably either A, being one of two things. A dumb Linux box to fuck around in, or B, something that I use exclusively for, like, I'm gonna do my spreadsheets and shit for, like, I'm gonna do my taxes on this and go sit in a coffee shop. Would probably be what it exclusively ends up being. Fortress beautification. That's diorite that I used from there. Play with VMs? Nah. All in or no balls, probably dual boot, actually. I mean, my dad's word processor laptop is my old laptop, my first laptop, which I bought in 2007. I want to say he's currently running Windows XP on it. He might actually have upgraded it to 7, but I'm pretty sure it's still running Windows XP, and he uses it exclusively for word processing and document handling that he then prints out for his, like, business. It's never been, or it hasn't been, that version of that computer has never been plugged into the internet. It's just a word processor. No, he's never connected it to the internet, no. Like, my dad is internet cautious to a fault, is the best way to put it. You're watching this stream on a 10-year-old laptop? I mean, that's 2013. Like, that computer in the corner that I used to stream on, most of the parts in it I bought in 2013. Most of the parts. I think the RAM might be newer than that. But everything else in that computer I bought in 2013. Pobes! Thanks for the second month. Welcome back. Biwa indeed. Be welcome back. I just spilled coffee on my thumb. Baby was born. You work from home with a work computer. It's in the other room, and then your gaming room. So you have multiple rooms. You know, it's funny. I like don't play games at all for fun anymore. And sometimes people ask me like, "Oh, do you have a separate room for like work and a separate room for gaming?" And it's like, you have multiple rooms? I have not had multiple rooms to myself in my entire adult life. No coffee in new merch. What do you mean no coffee? As in I'm not selling coffee? Or are you asking if I'm spilling coffee on my new merch? I mean, my merch is in the wash right now. I don't wear shirts 2 days in a row. Your workroom is your kitchen? Fair. Although now in my headcanon, you cook craft dinner for a living. And you know, honestly, you could do worse. What's up, Pixie? Day's going. How do you set up your farms to work, and how do you find good soil? You're struggling with that? Good soil. Well, if you're planting stuff above ground, it doesn't matter. Wherever it'll let you plant it is good soil. If you're planting your stuff below ground, cavern soil is 5 times more effective than surface soil. So the first few layers, like if you dig down, 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 you'll hit surface soil, which will be like in the first few, or this is surface soil, this clay here. But if you pump water onto rock, which is what I did here, sorry, then it's the equivalent of cavern soil, so you can see the plants growing. But how do I manage my farms? Plants are harvested, put into barrels, and then brewed or cooked. If they're cooked, then they're one-off and you don't get seeds back. If they are brewed, then you do get seeds back. Oh, surprised I wasn't drinking from it. I don't use those types of mugs. Like, actually, I don't use traditional coffee mugs at all. I use a thermos, and I use this mini thermos. Because otherwise my coffee will be cold by the time I finish it. I used to use those types of mugs, but then I swapped to this because I prefer hot coffee. So I don't even have my own mug. I think my parents do, though. If the size of the mud pile makes a difference to farming, that's just aesthetics, I think. As long as you can place a farm plot, you're good. I think I might just make another big ol' clothing stockpile up here. It's gonna be a big clothing stockpile. We can shrink this down once it gets we can shrink this down once it starts to fill up. Just nothing made of metal, no shields. And no artifacts, actually. No, we can use unusable. I just want no artifacts, no masterworks, no masterworks. That's going to cause some hitching. But yeah, no, I bought my t-shirt and a sticker and a hoodie, but I'm not going to be buying my own mug. I mean, I might at some point, but at least not initially. You're a graphic designer for an insurance company? Oh, hell yeah. Pretty good gig. You thought I got samples? I did. $50 worth. And I bought $59 worth of samples. I also can get myself manufacturing pricing, which is, like, quite a bit cheaper, but... yeah, as part of sign-up, they give you a $50 coupon to your own store, which I think is kind of funny. Also, Maltese, hello. Your wife just managed to get, your wife and you just managed to get into a 2-bedroom apartment, so you have an office, but it's also junk and furge storage and litter box rooms, so it's alright again. Really? You don't put the litter box in the bathroom? When I had cats, we used to always put the litter box in the bathroom. So that I didn't, like, so that we didn't need to just sit there and smell it all the time. But I guess it depends on your priorities. Ah, finally. The human caravan has arrived. Excellent. We can start getting rid of some of this clothing. which is phenomenal. So there's a human faction on the other side of the world in this game that's not at war with me, which is incredible. So we are, I'm actually, I think, probably just going to sell all clothing to them. I don't actually care if I'm selling armor. I just want to get rid of everything that's not made of steel. I don't actually care because there's just so much shit. And owned items are not going to show up on this screen, I don't think. So stuff that's put away for dwarves isn't going to be a problem here. God, there's so much. There's going to actually be hundreds of items in here. It is weird, though, that you can't trade Forgotten Beast silk clothing. It's weird. Weird. Your dogs will get into the litter box, so you have a separate room for it, plus small bathroom. Yeah, I mean, we had a small bathroom, or I have a small bathroom, and it felt like a smaller bathroom when the cat's litter box was in it, but take the litter box out when you need to go, and then put it back in when you're done, and leave the door cracked. That was always the way I did it, but one-room apartment things. Room apartment things. All right, so also silk. We have 198 silk bracelets. This will speed up a lot, actually, if I add all of this into these. If I go... It's already 1,005 items. Cloth. Oh boy. Say hood. Trousers.
Hi.
Old J Mick. Or Old Magic. I think that's how you're supposed to say that. Thank you very much for the Prime for the second month. Welcome back. All right, let's just see if these dwarves can bring these items. This is going to take a minute. Although, fortunately, we do have 182 hands helping, so. Chat, can I get a couple beers for that Prime resub? Trying to get back into that habit. It's basically a Dwarf Fortress auto battler. You can just make things fight each other, or you can, you know, test mods. You're not supposed to hold your beer. I'm sorry, what? Do we have 2 caravans? Well, that's exciting. Yeah, we got 2 caravans. I thought that I only had 1 bringing me stuff, but we've got, who? Is your dwarf still breathing? Good question. Is Stormtrooper still alive? Check. Because your name got removed, TK247. 4217, not 2417. Actually, I think I was saying 2471, but I can read. Game's been a little hitchy today. No, you don't need an extra depot, I don't. Poor Slitler and Caskies, Kano, Pickmaster Honk. Maybe not. What's today's? I'm pretty sure you were still alive. Oh, there you are, Stormtrooper. Yes, you are in fact still alive. Pretty indifferent about your life, too. Still a little short for a Stormtrooper. Very short for a Stormtrooper, even. Like extraordinarily short, like shockingly short. Do they deposit all their goods at the same time and use a common trader? So the way it worked in the past is they would all just go to the same trade depot and then you just select which one you're trading with when you click on the button. That was the way it always worked in the past. I'm not surprised the game isn't responding. Apparently I've got a ghostly cook in my fort. Let's go see if I can memorialize you. Have I made a memorial for you yet? Yep, looks like it. Oh, nope, never mind. Rigoth? Was it Rigoth or Rith? What's the name of this one? Rith. Let's get that one done. No redeemed dwarf available? It's gotten too confusing. There's so many dwarves named right now, it's hard to keep track of them. But currently I have it disabled, yes. Like, we're actually starting to run out of dwarves, believe it or not. Is the reason I currently have it disabled. Basically, I'm giving it a stream or two for the number of named dwarves to drop a little bit. Amongst other things. Their total mass is. But dwarves' total mass, like, total mass does not necessarily equate to height. Right? I mean, if you're going to be all sad about it, it'll just take longer. Like, just straight up, I'm sorry, but, like, I've had a hard time managing it for a little bit. Yes, cilantro. So, like, a dwarf could be 3 feet tall and 6 feet wide, while a human is only, 6 feet tall. Total mass of a dwarf can be way higher than a human. Some days we're not going to have it turned on. Some days we will. In fact, the entirety of the last stream I did, fam, the gifted dwarf function was disabled for the same reason. People were just, like, running out of ideas of, like, who had what. Cheers, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to cilantro. Does not taste like soap. Tastes delicious, as far as I'm concerned. We'll bring it back, but complaining about it is going to bring it back slower. And that's generally the way my brain works. If something is complained about, it'll come back slower than it would otherwise. I was planning on turning it on later today initially, but I'll probably turn it on tomorrow. Someone in comments is talking about how they used a giant zombie sperm whale to take out 250 dwarves. But that's up. Time for me to read the Discord word story. Hold up. I hit the wrong button. Apologies. Chat is why we can't have nice things? That's not true. Streamer is why we can't have nice things. Chat just confirms it. Purple snacks taste snacky. Sweet pink variant snacks are bussin' 24/7 in Paris. Wholesome dwarves continue to brew cats. A giant zombie sperm whale. Zombie giant sperm whale. Giant sperm whale zombie? That's what. Now. Heart of the Tiger, hello. We made you your legendary pumper dwarf thingy. Although speaking of nice things, I'll give you guys. I feel bad now. Always, Keen Nook. Always. I should make a repeatable 1-point channel point redeem that's just vote gremlin. Maybe 100. Whale sperm zombie giant. Sure. Same thing. By giant psychic space squid? I mean, neither of those things exist, so sure. I can't wait for the zombie giant sperm whale in the next Kojima game, though. I mean, I got the reference, but still, my statement sticks true. Neither of those things exist. Whenever I talk about sperm whales, it just always reminds me that apparently nobody on Earth knows what a sperm whale is. And they're just like, a what now? A what? It's like, I mean, I get the joke, but like, do you not know what a sperm whale is? It genuinely concerns me for like long-term human survival. It's just like this morning, I shared a video, or one of my favorite actually here, chat, I'll just show you. This is one of my favorite live streams right now. This is Mama Eagle sitting on her eggs. It's a great live stream. It's a Big Bear Bald Eagle live nest cam #1. Highly recommend viewing. Very, very good live stream. It was very windy last night, and I'm amazed that Mama Eagle was able to sit on it, considering like the tree was like waving back and forth. But anyway, so I shared that live stream, right? And somebody asked, oh, does she have any babies yet that were born recently? Or are they still all, or have any of the eggs hatched yet? And have any of them become young? And it's like, wait, hold on a second. You know that, like, because there's clearly eggs in this shot, it means that, like, obviously they haven't hatched yet. If, that would mean that they hatched early. It's like, oh, wait, they don't hatch early? It's like, no, trust me, if they hatched early, those would be very, 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 very dead baby eagles. So this is what happens when you have multiple people to trade with. It just gives you a list. That would be really sad if that actually happened, Zero. Mark Alt for trade. Give me your meats. Thanka. I'm just trying to get rid of stuff. Where is this? Here, I can link it. But anyway, yeah, it scares the crap out of me that people don't know how, like, egg layers work. The translation is lesbian fish? I think that's worse. I think that is worse than sperm whale. So, there's a fire imp a boar child, a baby pig, and a farmer fighting in my tavern. And some of the alcohol is on fire. This is like the beginning of a weird joke. This is fine. A what now? You heard me. A fire imp. It is now a named fire imp because this fire imp killed a mincot. That's why there's a mincot's on fire right there. I'm not sure how he got in my fort. Loamshag, the mayor, is currently on fire, along with his pig meat. F's for the mayor, chat. Oh god, that's about to be a big explosion, I think. There they go. They're all exploding. Or a bunch of them just exploded. Where did this fire imp go? Guys, the tavern's burning. All right, we're going to follow Claiborne, who is trying to fight with this imp. The imp appears to be in the upper layers. Let's jump to the last known location of the fire imp. Apparently there's a grizzly bear in there, too. How about I just... Oh, there he is. It's currently named Lond Conjure, the Perfection of Deer. Jurist is currently burning. Oddly fitting. My soldiers are all just standing there, stationary, going, I can't see him. Oh, come on. They're fighting with it, I think. Fire imp misses. And Olin says, I was attacked! Most shocking! The fire imps attack the swords master, but she scrambles away. Most shocking indeed. And it appears the fire imp has died. Fire imp. Swordsmaster bites the fire imp in the left foot, tearing the muscle. Must be spicy. But it appears that a lot of stuff is burning. And we lost Loamshag, Unib, and Urist. Also Moral, the cook. And it appears that this dwarf is heavily bleeding. Probably just got a little too hot, if I were to guess. Are you okay over there? You're bringing item. Now's not a good time to bring an item to the depot, dude. I very much respect your dedication to this. Okay, sweet. You've stopped bleeding. Well, that's good. Erdim the Weaver is currently burning. And it also looks like Claiborne is sleeping next to the dwarf who's burning. Because the bleeding stopped. That's how. Obviously. Speaking of, did Claiborne just catch on fire? Claiborne just burnt to death. In his sleep. Huh. You were away, what happened? Somehow a fire imp got into the fort. And, did you know fire imps don't have blood? They have fire imp goo. I didn't know that. I do now, though. You know, at least you died sleeping. What's even funnier is you died not because you caught fire, Claiborne. You died because somebody else caught fire and stood on top of you. What's up, Mapstock? And Smexy. Well, he died as he lived, napping. Well, you haven't played DF in like 5 years? Well, now's a good time to start. Sizzletongs indeed, yep. Why did I close that? Okay, I need to keep this open. I have, what, 6? Okay. Unib Dusum? EGAS? GAS? MOZI? UNIB? And LERTE. All right. I mean, it... I'm sorry, I bet... Oh. Huh. Who let you in? Me? Nah. Definitely not. Serious question, though. How did you get in? Did I dig through a cavern layer? It must have climbed in, yeah. Huh. Because, like, I definitely didn't dig through a layer here. So what are you? We do have adamantine swords. I can't remember what you are. A gigantic humanoid composed of brass. It has 3 short horns and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. Well, let's tell the soldiers to go stand in the hospital. And, follow this thing? Has it killed anything yet? Oh. I know this thing's been in my basement for a while. So it killed another forgotten beast. 211 bug bats. 87 grundles. 8 giant olms. 243 bug bats. 3 giant moles. 12 gorlaks. 18 giant bats. Holy fuck. 10 more gorlaks, 15 plus 16, 30-something plump helmet men, 18 cave crocodiles, 16 cave crocodiles, 11 blind cave ogres, 8 mineras, 3 giant rats. Wow. This guy's been busy. Put this guy against Batman? I can't. He's in my fort now. He's doing his part for FPS? Not necessarily, actually. Anyway, we're gonna fight this thing. After he kills this bear cub. All right, I'm just gonna clear these so that we can read the fresh combat logs. Oh no! Arende has been found dead. Well, hold on. Just let me queue up another one of these. We do, in fact, have him cornered, and there's only one dwarf close by, who's Dodic, who's using an adamantine short sword and an adamantine shield. Get him, Dodic. Porcelet, the named dwarf. She charges in. 94 years old. I was going to say, and kills it immediately. No, it's on top of her. She stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left upper arm, chipping it. The Forgotten Beast misses twice, and she screams, "The battle rages! I laugh in the face of death." Well, at least you're enthusiastic. They fight for a handful of turns. She stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her sword, chipping it. She slashes the Forgotten Beast in the right hand with her adamantine sword, fracturing it. It charges and collides with her. She's knocked over but stands up. She stabs it in the upper leg, chipping it, lodging the sword firmly in the wound, and then pulls it back out. Continues striking the Forgotten Beast with the pommel of her adamantine short sword. Yeah, I have no idea how this thing got in, which is even better here. She stabs the Forgotten Beast in her upper leg, with her short sword, chipping it. He seems healthy and okay, just dodging with the thing. It's also healthy, although it's probably got no blood. It appears Zenitsu's coming. Porcelet punches the Forgotten Beast in the right upper leg with the right hand, but the attack glances away naturally. Slashes it with her arm, or with the adamantine short sword in the arm. More soldiers are coming in, and it's dead. Did you just kill steal that, Metsu? I swear to God, if you did. Okay, no, you didn't. It seems like Porcelet got the kill. Yep, killed Stum, the Forgotten Beast, in 259. We must build her a statue for this legendary battle. I mean, this thing's basically a statue made of brass. I don't think I actually have much brass in the fort. Let's see. Do we have any brass? Gotta wait a bit for this to open. Waiting. New champion? I think so. What do you think, chat? Does Porcelet become the new champion? I have 2 brass bars. We also have a new mayor, who is Domiurg UA. You not get a new champion? Well, that's sad. How many dwarves did we lose? 9? Mostly to the Fire Imp, though. None to the Forgotten Beast. Yeah, I guess you only get 1 champion. That's kind of sad. Well, we can give her a fancier nickname role. Porcelet Champion. Damn it. The Laborious Mortality of Satin. Let's make a gold statue. So, Dodok, E-T-O-S-T. How do I have, oh, right, I was going to do that, but I decided not to. The laborious mortality of Saturn. Was born in the year 165. Make one statue, which we'll put back here. And I need to assign the new mayor to the mayor's office, which is right here. This is the premium version, which can be purchased on Steam map stock or on itch.io. And if you give me a second, because this fort's really laggy, I could show you what it looks like on the free version, which is also available. Looks like this. So the UI looks like, well, pretty much the same. It's just ASCII. Exclamation point DF if you want a direct link to the Steam page. I love how all of that fighting happened while I'm still trading. That would have been so much worse. I don't think so, since it's metal. Dude got a friggin' guild hall dedicated to him. Tropic. I could give him an office in the guild hall. Let's trade with the other humans. Mark all. I'll take your meat. The impressive thing about this is that we've somehow managed to trade about half of these items. Pump and guild hall. Yep. Just had to grab food from Ed's. Gotcha. Did you miss the fighting? I don't have enough bronze to make a statue. You need 3 bronze bars to make a statue, I think. Speaking of food, I might actually grab food and take my meds soonish. But for right now, we're just chilling. Can't believe I've already been streaming for 5 hours. Like, I just looked at the clock. It's like, oh god, it's 2. When the hell did 2 p.m. happen? What's on the menu? Well, I had Korean fried chicken last night for dinner. Because I was in a lot of pain and didn't want to... Why is there blood up here? That's not good. And didn't want to cook. So I had Korean fried chicken and dumplings last night, and I got 2 pieces of chicken left. So I'm having Korean fried chicken sandwich with teriyaki sauce on it, and somebody's dead. Or bam, the cook was found dead. Well, okay. Why? What caused you to die? There's no combat log. That's slightly concerning. Old age? They only die of old age on the 1st of the year, unless that's been changed. No, and it was one of my soldiers. Probably infection, if I had to guess. I mean, there's a lot of blood on the ground right now. Blood loss? Probably. Mincott the farmer's been missing for a week. I need to make more slabs, I think. Let's make sure that they're all out of one type of rock, though. Let's just do granite. Old age has a mighty long blood trail. Old age death only happens on the 1st of spring. I need a new bookkeeper. So I have to make 3 grates, or 1 grate and 1 quiver. All right, chat. I'm gonna go grab my lunch. An ad's about to run. So I'm just gonna kind of jump us down to here. It'll only take me about 2 minutes to go grab my sandwich and give myself my injection for lunch and everything. You guys can just stare at this beautiful masterpiece of art on the ground. Party amongst yourselves, behave yourselves, and I will be back in a minute or so, maybe 2. Thank you, everybody who's been hanging out. Obviously, you know, hype has died down a lot since Dwarf Fortress has released and numbers have dropped, but I'm very thankful that so many of you are still here. Wild magically died in that somehow? What the fuck? Okay, goddamn. Okay, fine. I'll deal with that when I get back. Back in a minute.
I gotta say, I wish I could just set the music to play nonstop. Which I guess I can, but... That was a hysterically messy sandwich, so I just inhaled it.
Young man? No, the dwarves will clean it up. And if you're wondering what that mess is, a single fire imp. There was also a Forgotten Beast, but that was easy to kill. Okay, both the subs popped at the same time. Clino, thank you very much. Yeah, Classic updated at the same time as Premium, at least initially.
Classic is out. Woot.
True Askoth, hello. But Clino, thanks for the 27. Wild Pig, thanks for the 53. Joe True, hello. It's so true, it's Joe True. All right. Do you ever just like eat a sandwich so fast you have to like stop and breathe? But thank you very much for those resubs. Cheers, guys. Were you guys both just waiting for me to get back? You get the hiccups? I almost got the hiccups. This one get forbidden? Nope. Oh, not to eat a sandwich? I don't know about that. I needed to eat that sandwich quickly, otherwise the view count would drop. Unfortunately, that's how this job works. I know so many people are like, well, I'll stick around. Yeah, but tell that to the 12 people who didn't. Oh, no. Oh, wait, hold on. So wait, you didn't die? I mean, if you're still alive, you're doing better than most people who are playing a leveled character of Cud while drunk. Playing a leveled chair of Cud while drunk is a very good way to just lose that character all in all. Also, Clino, I don't know if you saw this, but this is the UI we get for trading with people. Tarn had realized that he had to make this into a feature during one of my streams. I don't know if you remember that, but he was just like, oh yeah, we need to like add a list in or something. He was like, oh crap. Yeah, no, that's a thing that could happen, right? We need to make sure that that's accounted for, because otherwise, that's bad. I eat sandwiches on stream sometimes, but this one was just too messy. And I don't really feel like getting fried chicken in my keyboard. And you open the tab to your first comment about inhaling? Yeah, I mean, I needed to inhale a sandwich. All right. Sometimes you just need to inhale a sandwich. What can I say? I've gotten rid of about 300 or about 1,000 items so far. It's hard for a diabetic to do mukbang. Also, Zero, why do you scream all the time? Inside voices, please. Yeah, as a type 1 diabetic, doing an eating stream would be very short. I can't really just sit there and eat for like an hour and a half like some people can. The amount of insulin and injections I would have to give myself and the amount of pain I would be in the next day, not worth it. I will hard pass on that. Also, what Sal said. I don't think I would go into a coma. I could compensate for it, but it wouldn't be pleasant for me. Like, it would be straight up self-harm. I should be banned from Twitch if I ever did a mukbang stream for self-harm. Because his voice sounded so different? Well, I was munching. I was still chewing when I sat back down. I ate it over by the fridge, though. from you constantly naming everything in your fortress in caps. Why do you name everything in caps? Well, it's just it makes me read it like you're screaming at me. And if that's the impression you want to give, then go nuts. But oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it could be easier for some people to read the all caps font in this game. I was more just curious than anything. I thought it was like an intentional thing. Yeah, no, Classic updated at exactly the same time. Sounds like they've... I mean, Tarn did say that going forward, updates should come out at the same time. Do you hear me now? No, actually. But I can read what you're saying, Smaxy. I will say this, though. The number of comments I'm getting on about why haven't we heard anything about Adventure Mode yet is very funny to me. Sandwich! Purely because the reason it's funny to me is we have heard about it. They just need to pay closer attention. It's like it's been mentioned in the future of the Fortress. It's been mentioned in multiple updates, and it's always yeah, we haven't started yet. We're gonna start on that in like a month or so after we've finished like unfucking this current version of the game as best we can. Exactly. We've heard loads of when it's coming. Heavy weapons guy always requires sandwich. How else is he supposed to carry big heavy gun? So now the real question is, will I be able to trade with these guys first? Or will they leave before I bring all the items up? Oh, really? That's sad. It's okay. He will live on in his screaming of sandwich! I like this comment I just got. Wait, what the fuck's a gnome? Followed by, there's gnomes in this game? Ugh, that's funny. Because I put up a video of 100 gnomes versus 100 amphibian men. Turns out the gnomes demolished them because I accidentally made the amphibian men unarmed. Although to be totally fair, that was my exact response the first time I learned that a dwarf liked gnomes. I found a dwarf that liked gnomes, and my exact response was, and this was after I'd spent thousands of hours playing this game, I was like, there's gnomes in this game? Then I went and looked them up on the wiki, and then at my next fortress, I found gnomes. It took me a while to find dark gnomes, though. Actually, no, I think I found dark gnomes first. Mountain gnomes were the ones that took me a while to find. Anyway. I didn't gnome? Did gnome buddy tell you? Yeah, that's why they all had 2 daggers instead of the amphibian men having daggers as well. I love just like trying to allow the gnomes to have space in my fort and trying to just brew enough beer for them, because I feel like dwarves are like the genuine providers of alcohol. Also, the statue of that dwarf who killed the beast is ready. I think the dwarves are just like kind of the world's providers of alcohol, right? So if a creature needs alcohol, the dwarves provide. You know, it's the same reason we'll drown humans in our taverns, because we assume that they need more alcohol. So I would think that the natural desire of a dwarf would be to provide all of the gnomes with all of the alcohol that they could possibly gnome on. That like oyster leather? Yeah, I'm still thinking about that one. I'm trying to figure out how that works. It's one of the reasons I love having Cyrolac in the chat, because I can be like, dwarf made a skunk leather something. And they'll be like, that would fall apart. I'd be like, what? It's like, skunk leather, very brittle, doesn't work. It's, how do you know all this? Obviously, because he tanned skunk leather once before. Also, Clino, we now have the best emote. which I can't even type in yet. Dude, trust me, pretty much. There we go. I can use it now. I had to refresh chat. We now have a facepalming Gorlak emote. So you too can be disappointed in all of your dwarves' inability to have empathy. I'm gonna trade all of this for a muscle. No, it doesn't. The glands that you remove first stink. Cyrelac was talking about in the chat once, and he was saying something about how you can do it, but it requires a lot more work, and generally it just becomes very brittle and they fall apart. Which to me checks out. I can kind of see that. But yeah, I'm really curious to know how long until the next update now. Oh, also a trick that I learned the other day. Check this out. You see how we're waiting for one item? I don't really want to wait for that last item, unless it's this dwarf bringing it. Nope. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. Check this out. You click deconstruct, and it resets the items that are there. So if you have like 245 items and you want your dwarves to stop bringing all the items, start deconstructing and then cancel the deconstruction. It doesn't stop them from trading. They stay there, and it cancels the bringing all of the last few items, which is pretty fantastic. Now I'm just going to try and bring all of the damaged stuff that I haven't brought yet, because there's still more of it. At least some shoes. It's false flagging so many things now. Sad. Actually, I wonder, how much large stuff do I have? Oh my word. This is the stuff I should be trading to the humans. This is stuff I can't even use. Don't need to give them the floating fabric gloves. Can I offer you a sock in these trading times? Can neither confirm nor deny the trying. Trading, yes. They will be leaving soon. Let's see how much more I can trade with them. Also, seriously, chat, thanks everybody for hanging out. You give the people 2 updates in one day, and an hour later it's like, I wonder when the next update will be. You know what I mean, though. I don't mean it in a negative way. Some people will be like, oh, when's the next update? I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it like I'm actually curious to know what the update cadence is going to be for quality of life stuff and UI improvements. Like, are we going to be waiting... You know... a week? Are we going to be waiting 3 weeks? Are we going to be waiting another month? Wait, what's your new favorite game, Claiborne? Dwarf Fortress? I mean, haven't you been playing for like 2 months now? God only knows, true. Although none of Putnam's buttons have made it in. And I'm still noticing a lack of add dwarf to military button. Oh, I wouldn't either. I'm just curious. And Clino's just poking. I think. Afternoon, Shino. Just ran through some mods for Fort number 3 and currently on number 2 after 1 had a Mega Beast and Undead Invasion. Mega Beast beat you and then Necro killed the Mega Beast. Hey, at least they were being helpful. What are we poking now? Poke the rubber duck? Hey. Rip. See how many of these shoes I can bring down. Seems like most of them are outside. Yeah, they're all running out into the forest and picking up large shoes. Fun fact of 1 being a Shella map to 129. Still looking for lava? Just dig down. Also, minus 129 isn't that shallow. Arena mode's out. Yeah, update your game. Digital Crime. It's out on Classic and it's out on Premium. And also, if you haven't updated your game yet, perfect, because there was a bug in the initial release which made it impossible to embark. It made the embark button not work, which is funny. Anyway, that's been fixed now. So you can now embark once again. Also, apparently there's other weird kinks in the system, which Putnam seems to be staring at. This is my favorite Putnam quote today. Maybe I accidentally fixed it at some point. Favorite Putnam quote of the day. I'm just looking at the bug discussion room to see if there's anything else cropping up. Slaying 1 bug, 2 more appear. Yep, just like cockroaches. Accurate example of Dwarf Fortress. Cockroaches in your average New York kitchen. Squish 1. Oh, look, there's 2 more. Why do people... Is that a typo? Why do people keep calling it a mod? It's not a mod. It's just like a bug testing option. And it's how Krugs has done all of his tournaments in the past. I mean, everybody should take a break from every game for Dwarf Fort because Dwarf Fortress updated, so... Okay, so we will give them a chicken. Gotcha. Legishka. Darren, what up? Nice mug, by the way. Mod is mode? No, mod is mod, mode is mode. Different words. Different meanings. It's a very developer comment line. It's working. Why? It's not working. Why? Pretty much. It's kind of fun actually watching the like Putnam and Tarn sit in the bug discussion room in real time. I've been kind of keeping an eye on it today. It's been fun. 7, 6. Woo! See if we can request broker. Uh-oh, we got 2 very unhappy dwarfs now. Is somebody stuck somewhere? It's a child. Why are you so upset here, kiddo? Falling upon wearing tattered clothing. Well... Okay, so you want a new cap. I don't think I've made any caps. Let's just make 80 or silk cap. Oop. Let's make 80 of them. Well, at least I don't need to make that brass throne for my mayor anymore. And before I forget, I'm gonna place that 1 gold statue right there. Although it appears to be of a goblin. So now I'm kind of curious as to what that image of that gold statue is. I just stated that it needed to include, God, there's just dead dwarves everywhere. Your necromancers need to eat and drink? Nope, they're technically undead. They're kind of like liches. Which is also kind of sad because they get really depressed because they haven't eaten in a while. Text in stream is difficult to put my dyslexia. Oh, I understand what you mean. Dyslexia sucks. You needed a break and you played CUD and Cataclysm. You do love seeing updates? Yes. Didn't they fix what? Tyrant Death? Well, I mean, endgame Dwarf Fortress is like endgame Warframe. It becomes it becomes just playable pimp your fortress, basically. Endgame Dwarf Fortress is just make your fort look as cool as possible. So naturally, you want to, you know, pretty up your floors. Is there any mechanical reason to do it? No. At the point of uniform floors, it also increases the value of the floors. It's higher value than just doing rock floors. Yeah, they chose to be necromancers. Necromancy is a curse, right? Same with vampirism. Vampires are the same. They can't eat or drink, and it's a curse. It's not something you really want as a living entity in the world of Dwarf Fort. It's supposed to be horrible. So if you curse yourself with necromancy, then, well, you get powers, but you also have to deal with the curse of necromancy. Dragon versus a bunch of giants. I literally already did that. That was the first thing I did in my video about the update. Well, actually, it was a bunch of bronze colossus initially, and then giants, but... Dragon won. By a lot. Also, there's 100 amphibian men versus 100 gnomes on my YouTube channel already. Thanks, chat. So if you really want to see 100 amphibian men get horribly slaughtered by a bunch of, you know, gnomes, then, well. And in a couple of hours, Batman, Robin, and Spider-Man versus Penguin, and a few other things dropping a bit. Giant cave scorpion versus giant undead carp. Although, I don't think giant carp exists, so undead carp? I have no idea. Also, probably not Keller Max, because that is not a bug. It's a design decision. Not everything in Dwarf Fortress is a bug just because it's in Dwarf Fort. And that is not a bug. So why would they fix that? That's genuinely something that irritates the fuck out of me about the Dwarf Fort community, is that everything's a bug that needs to be fixed. It's like, no, not everything is a bug. The need to eat or drink? Horn tested removing the dead entities with 1,000 polar bears versus magma, which he noted seemed to work, but was bad for frame rate. Wait, was removing the entities bad for frame rate, or burning them with lava bad for frame rate? I saw that tweet that Kid Fox put out. Makes more sense, Keller Max, with the clarification. I don't think they will ever lose the ability to eat or drink. Like, they need that, right? Like, that's something that is left from the human world. The only way to purify an undead creature and make them not need to eat or drink, or a creature like a necromancer and make them not need to eat or drink, is by simply removing them from the mortal realm and creating a lich. You can have an undead necromancer, which doesn't need to eat or drink. Necromancers still have emotions, and they have to suffer because that is part of their curse. There's too many bunnies in this fort. Speaking of curses, that's a curse. Scourge on society. Where did all these bunnies come from? Grumble, grumble. Also gonna eat that puppy. You're getting caught in the cannon fodder. Okay, you, guinea piggy. You, where's your male bunny? I do! Cut its nuts off! Politely. I'm gonna start gelding things. Yes, I have 2 stray raccoons. We kidnapped them from the elves. It was quite effective. All right, so I need to repopulate my squads a little bit. What I really need to do is I just need to get them all training again. Now that we're done trading. And then we will get some doors added to those squads. You just saw one of them waddling around the fort earlier? Damn right. Goblins eat for pleasure, I thought. Like, I'd swear that goblins can eat. They just choose not to. Fortunately, there's nothing up here burning for all eternity. That's nice. Okay, so can I just say this is hilarious to me? This is where the mayor died. The mayor died carrying a piece of pig meat. A raw piece of pig meat. Mayor caught on fire. Raw piece of pig meat isn't cooked. This game is literally unplayable. How dare we consider this a actual accurate, like, simulation when it didn't even cook the pig meat? 2 out of 10. How do giant elephants fare as battle pets? One of the most effective weapon or trainable animals in the video game. Extraordinarily effective. Just good luck keeping them fed. I love this dwarf. Bored after being unable to practice the craft. Uneasy, lonely, bored, lonely. Satisfied after learning about growing. Delighted remembering watching a performance. Pleasure during combat drills. Very happy once again. It's like I put you back in the military. Super happy about everything. Fix the pig meat bug? I wouldn't say that's a bug. That's a design oversight, Felsner. True, actually. It might not have even been hot enough to really cook it. It might just be lightly glazed. It's just a medium rare pig meat instead of a rare pig meat now. All right, I've been thinking about this. I'm thinking we start putting coffins up in this area. A little higher up, a little closer to the fort. So it doesn't take as long to set them up. I'm still building those bridges down in the basement, by the way. We'll have to check in on those pretty soon. The pig meat would only have been brought to a temperature of about 78°C. Okay, so it's warm pig meat then. 78°C wouldn't sear it, would it? I don't think. At least not the amount of time that, well, I guess, although I would argue though, here's the thing. Because of the way time works in Dwarf Fortress, that dwarf was probably burning for like 15 hours before he finally died. So I would say that would be enough to slow cook it, would it not? Happy Salt Dwarf, hello. We're debating as to whether or not a burning dwarf holding a piece of pork would be enough to cook it. It's below the point of boiling water? Sure. But it's not below the point of a slow cooker. I think it's still too cold for a sous vide. No, it's not going to sear, but it was being held by something that was burning for 14 hours. Is center temperature? I don't care about your logic here. I think that something that's actively burning would cook meat. How? Yes, you saw metal stairs. You build stairs and you use metal. Go to construction screen. Go to constructions. Go to stairs. Make metal stairs. Just use metal bars. Same way you build anything. I mean, the pig meat should certainly be edible. The actual crime here is it's probably going to get left here long enough that it's going to rot. You cooked an egg outside last summer? On concrete or, like, still in the shell? I'm actually kind of curious. I guess during the heat domes, I took a cast iron frying pan and ran outside and cracked an egg in it after letting it sit for about 20 minutes, and it didn't cook after an hour. Sad. In a pan on concrete, it was hot as fuck. Oh yeah, I believe it. I mean, I know like dogs can burn their paws. In DF physics, you don't cook meat, the meat cooks you. I was gonna say like in DF logic, you don't cook meat. The meat just decides it's going to be cooked because it's on top of something that tells it's going to be cooked. And it wasn't on something that was told that it should cook. So, wait, hold on a second. Humans leaving. How are you leaving? This might explain how the Forgotten Beast got in. Considering a bug bat is fighting with a raccoon. I'm sorry, where are you going exactly? This seems unwise, lady. I mean, maybe you just really want a bath. Which is fair. You're dodging a lot of water wheels. So I've clearly accidentally dug somewhere I shouldn't have. Are you turning around? What? Odd pathing choice indeed. Yes. Really like that creek, don't you? You know the front door is open, right? You could just walk out the front door. You know, you're allowed to ask for directions, lady. So, my bone doctor got kicked by a billy goat, which was enough to give him a bruise whilst snipping it. That's pretty funny. I also love the fact that Nutwick has gone and become a Gelder in my fortress. So I'm convinced it's something to do with along here. Is it this stair? Is it the third one? Ah. Well, I figured out the problem. I'm surprised we haven't been ambushed by something out of here. Welp. That explains a lot. So do you remember the Forgotten Beast that killed, like, thousands of things? Yeah, this cavern lair. I mean, there's never anybody in my fortresses that actually geld enough to be given the job title of Gelder. You're no DF expert, but this might be a problem. What, not having enough dwarf to be a Gelder, or the puddle of Crundle mud right next to the stairs? I don't think it's a problem. I think we just need to fix this. I generally don't have legendary Gelders nor legendary milkers in my fort because I generally just import cheese and don't generally make cheese myself, and I don't generally ever have enough dwarves gelding that it's actually like a career path for most dwarves. Crundle blood, not mud, I'll have you know. Besides, they were long dead before they got here. Uh-oh, now that's concerning. Giant cave spider silk web. You know, I never noticed. Giant cave spider silk has a different sprite than normal silk. That's kind of neat, actually. Yeah, so if you have legendary Gelders in your fort, it kind of means that you fucked up. Is what I would say. Salty. It kind of means that you fucked up. Steel beams? Is that joke in poor taste? They can't melt walls made of things that aren't wood. Yeah, that's about it. I think they can destroy all furniture types, including drawbridges. I'll have you know my fortress had, at least at one point, plenty of spiky balls that I was trading. Wait, what about the big hole in the stairs? Oh, the big hole in the stairs is not a problem. No, this isn't supposed to be a stairwell. This is supposed to be a water flow. It's just doesn't have the water in it yet. There's not technically supposed to be stairs here. We're going to be dumping water down this. Geld the inhabitants of for population control? That would be very goblin-y and not very dwarfy of you. Also, you can't actually geld walking insentient creatures, only livestock. Thankfully. I get weird. I don't actually know if I have any of those right now. Well, I mean, the plan is to seal the wall up. Siege ammo and furniture, I think, cilantro? I haven't tried Scooty, so I don't know. I really hate that commands don't work. I really hate that commands don't work when you're responding to somebody. Current Twitch chat. Get better. Sure, most of these dwarves are doing completely unrelated tasks, right? You know what? I'm going to make my life easy. Jump back up here. Work, labor, standing orders. No automatic web collection. Let's just forbid everything. Slayer. So that should do it. Let's see. Yay, we can still multi-level forbid stuff. That's good. We need to kill dwarves for their overpopulation. There. No, we don't. We just need more gay dwarves so that they stop reproducing. Which is actually how this game deals with population control. Icon on the bottom left? There's several. Which one are you talking about? I don't... What is that icon on the bottom left? Not exactly a very descriptive question. Yeah, it's listed under siege ammo, under furniture. That's what I said. Left side notifications. This one? Oh, stumbling around obliviously? It means a dwarf went insane. But that dwarf also happens to be a were creature, so that makes sense. Who's also locked in my walls and has been in there for 17 years? 18 years? Something. Theoretically, that should be fixed now. What's Frank? Unimportant creatures shouldn't count anymore. As of this morning. It should cull it when they hit 1,000. And only leave named and historically important creatures. No, I said, I mean, I might have, like, spoonerismed ballista ammo, but I was thinking siege ammo. Siege ammo. I actually have these? Yes, I do. I'll just put a bunch of grates here. I can get this done quicker. Well, did I not click that? Yes, I didn't. Go. And then I guess this top one right here. We'll knock this out. Build over there. They'll get that dealt with eventually. Most of these dwarves are picking up stuff right now. I mean, you can ask it to leave your fort and it'll stop being a citizen. But if it's locked in somewhere and it can't leave the map, it'll still be there. I mean, you could just like banish it and out into the world, and it'll go out and it'll go kill people and infect people and do its werebeast thing and spread its curse further. I usually just opt to either kill them, use them as some sort of lever puller or some sort of trap device, or I just lock them in a wall, which is usually when it ends up happening, is I just lock them somewhere. So the fact that they're necromancers means they want bodies. That's the only thing that really changes about necromancers, is they want bodies and they want to make bodies into creatures, right? So I wouldn't say it necessarily changes their ethics, but it does add something to their ethics, which is they want bodies, and they want to make those bodies into living creatures. They don't necessarily become evil in your fortress. Like a necromancer in your fortress is exactly the same as a normal dwarf. But if they see bodies, they make bodies into living creatures. Yeah, the paranoia level is only something that takes effect in World Gen and Overworld stuff. Appear from any side of the map. It's the direction that they came from, so you'll notice certain factions come from the same side of the map repeatedly. Yeah, but that's cheating, Scooty Lou. Could also just go to the task manager and just remove it if a job is suspended. What are you doing? Oh, I see what I need to do. Water too shallow. We're giving them forced swimming lessons, which is kind of fine, but... Elves always attack you from the north. That's kind of a good lore building element. Well, if you want to plan defenses, build a box. Defend on all sides. Pretend that it's a something that's going to cave in. I understand now why this is getting broken. I need... Well, first off, I need floor on top of this. But I also need a wall right there. Diorite. Need to move that well. In this area down here, we should go down here. We'll set this to... Dude, just don't use this, you dumb butt. You dumb nuts. Don't use this for anything. And let's forbid all this. I love watching jobs disappear because they cancel pathing. It's literally because they're trying to path through this for some reason. They never did this before. I guess it's because I never built anything up here and they always just path through this way before. That's a bit of a pain. It's not a giant pangolin, it's a were-pangolin. That's what I was just talking about. This dwarf has been in, well, dwarf, I guess. Ironically, the dwarf that made the crown that my queen wears has been in this room for like 18 years or so. So, not a giant pangolin, were-pangolin. Good call, though. Pretty close. Now, the question is, do I have any floodgates lying around? Yay, I do. Do were creatures need food? When they become a were creature, it resets all of their needs. So when they go into, like, I'm a monster, rawr mode, they, like, it resets all of their requirements and needs. Yeah, so they get like a monthly reset, essentially, yeah. It also heals their wounds. Oh, one of my farmers withdraws from society. In a strange mood. Particularly secretive. A legendary cook and a talented weaver and a competent clother. Clothing artifact? Seems like it. Why? Tap Dancing Ninja. It's a curse. They're not pipes, those are axles. You know, and that's not something to think about. That's just basic power. Because there's horizontal axles and vertical axles and gear mechanisms. You use gears to change the direction of power, and you use axles to transfer power from place to place. Yeah, but you said pipes. Those aren't pipes, though. I actually wouldn't like that, Keller Max. I like the fact that you have to make hallways specifically for water. It leads to a fun oopsie of accidentally flooding half your fort. I feel like if everything was in pipes, that just wouldn't happen. Unless somebody tantrumed and smacked a thing. In which case, that would be even worse. In a lot of ways. I really like the way liquid transfer works in the game currently, and I don't think it has any need for pipes. Build hallways for pipes. Twitch has made some changes recently that I genuinely think makes my bot not function fully properly. You get that you just like the idea of them forming packs or herds of the same subtype? Yeah, but the whole point of were creatures is that it's a life-ending curse, you know? Like that makes sense. That would make sense, I think, for vampires or necromancers more so than were creatures, right? Like, I kind of get what you're saying, but like the boogeymen kind of do that. And boogeymen aren't something you see in Fortress mode ever. But boogeymen are shape-shifting night creatures, and they kind of form packs. There are other creatures in Dwarf Fortress that do that you don't necessarily encounter in Fortress mode specifically. What, Dwarf Fortress is liquid physics? I mean, I hope that some people are starting to finally learn why I just say that, like, why would you play, like, Timberborn when Dwarf Fortress exists? Because Dwarf Fortress has the exact same water mechanics, except significantly better, more detailed, and more interesting. How do you become the mountain home? You made your king a candy throne and nothing? Did you make all of the requirements, all of your king's requirements royal? They all have to be green. You make them all green. They ask you to dig deeper, and they ask for the 7 symbols. You have to acquire the 7 symbols, which are the items that are in the Adamantine Spire. You need to get 7 of them, and you need to assign them all. You need to assign all 7 of them to your royal. So you gain 7 items, assign them all to your royal. Once you've gained those 7 items, assign them all to your royal. Then you make them an Adamantine throne and place it in their throne room, and then you become the mountain home. That's the order of operations. Although I think you can probably just, like, make an adamantine throne and then do the symbols. Yeah, no, exactly, Chow 404. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, I've had some people say, like, oh, you know, I did things to, like, make the game harder. It's like, I don't know, there's plenty of threats in Dwarf Fortress that makes the game hard enough right now. I don't necessarily need worse creatures to show up. Although I do kind of wish that boogeymen would show up in Fortress mode, because boogeymen are one of the cooler critters in Dwarf Fort, just because they are shapeshifters. They turn into whatever they want when they're under threat. Unlike like were creatures which only transform during the full moon and such, and necromancers raising undead when they're under threat. Boogeymen just turn into whatever they want. Live your life, Scooty. What's up, Vane? How's things, dude? Well, actually, I mean, it's the closest rock in relation to where they started, right? Of the type they want, which they consider flat, like horizontal distance, the same as vertical distance. So it could be 30 tiles to the left or 30 tiles straight up or straight down. You know? So it's not necessarily, like, it sometimes, like, feels like, why are you walking all the way to the other end of the fort? But, like, distance-wise, from the perspective of the dwarf, they are going to the closest one. Yeah, didn't see what's going on. Hell yeah, dude. As you say, hey, what's going on? That bubbling lava. For some reason, KitFox's emails go into my spam filter now, and I don't like it. I really, really don't like it. I wish that this would stop. It's like, I've marked this as important. I've removed it from spam box. Yet it still shows up in my spam for some reason. I don't like this. Maybe somebody's like reporting KitFox's emails to Google or something. Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually, Andy F. Hold on, let me do that. I guess that's sort of like me and done. It's sort of like me and my get around to be able to autocorrect to curse words on my phone. Like if I'm typing on my phone, the first thing I do when I get a new phone is I add fuck. Okay. And shit to my contacts. Usually first name, last name. And then when I type in fuck with a capital F on my phone, instead of my phone being like, did you mean to say duck? It autocorrects to fuck because it thinks it's somebody's first name. Casual Elephant. How you doing, man? Of highly important business details? Yes, right? Come on, man. Finally cleared it, and then someone came in wearing pants with lots of zippers, and it made you think of Michael Jackson, and then it popped back in. Grr. Oh, no. I mean, there's worse things you could have stuck in your head. How's it going in here? Oh, great. You know, a Forgotten Beast walked in the back door for some reason. We lost 9 dwarves to a fire imp. It's been exciting, trying to fix the frame rate. At least it stopped being all stuttery. It's now just like kind of cruddy frames. We're working on it. We're getting there. It's a process. It is, in fact, a process. By the way, if you guys want some entertaining streams and you want to help a starving a programmer who is trying to stream full-time for at least a couple months until he gets a new gig, or if you're looking to hire a web developer, I actually don't know what you do, go follow Casual Elephant. Try hard streams are entertaining. Ask him about his fart button. What I really should do is just patrol the caverns with my military, but and a web dev, dual talents. Yes. Well, does starving count as a talent? Because if so. You farted a few times this weekend? That's good. Means you're regular. Well, I mean, we don't talk about the butt button. Didn't actually know you had a butt button. So what are we doing with all that water wheel power? Making the surface all burny, which is currently all drainy. I'm trying to get this lava out of here. Yeah, lava go up here because of all that power. I'm also pumping water, but I'm also flooding things that I didn't intend to with lava. You know, the usual chaos and buffoonery that you do when you have a pile of lava. Exactly, Jones. Like you do. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fort. Last I checked, still Dwarf Fort. Since we're in a loading screen, I would just like to remind you all, if for some reason you haven't yet, and are looking for some dwarfy things to go with you while you exist in the realms of Dwarf Fortress, you could purchase yourself a Vile Force of mug or a Dwarf Fortress t-shirt with the command !merch in chat. And I do send out thank you videos to people who buy things like a sticker. So if you want to receive a thank you video potentially while I'm camping, I recommend purchasing some merch this week. I'm just saying. I will be recording a bunch while I'm actually camping this weekend, assuming I actually go camping this weekend. Got your shirt today? Hell yeah, baby Blueford. Sleeveless. Well, you could be less sleeveless if you bought a hoodie. I'm just saying. The t-shirts don't have sleeves though, because they're t-shirts. Your fort just crashed? Oh no. Speaking of, this is taking a while to save. Thank you videos are pretty pog. They've been fun to make. You're not gonna catch me on TikTok anytime soon, but I made one for my mom because my mom bought merch, and I just sent her a video that just said, "Hi, Mom," with no context, and I'm wondering if she even noticed. Oh, yeah, no, they're seasonal. For me, anyway. Oh, I see you're responding to Sal. But yeah, we're trying to drain this out. Once this is all drained out, I'm going to go in here and we're going to collect all this armor. And get that cleaned up a little bit. I'm thinking once every other month-ish is about how often I'm planning on. Either once a month or every other month-ish. I actually have a thing that I'm planning on, that I'm working on currently, which is still in the design process, I would say, which I'm working on with a friend of mine named Fog, who did all of my team's stuff. He's working on a fake brewery logo, and we're making employee t-shirts, and also a coaster, because the kind of way I want to do merch is, since I'm kind of planning on doing regular-ish things, I want to have like a nice, more expensive thing, and then a cheaper version of the same thing. Oh, curse all friends of nature. Holy fuck me, that was loud. I think they reset the sound volumes. Good lord, that's a lot of thingies. Fortunately, they look flammable, so I'm actually concerned. Who spotted it? Is that a giant green tree frog? Okay, so I have a question. Is the giant green tree frog an invader? Or is that just a giant green tree frog? Because I don't actually know. I really hope they're attacking me with giant green tree frogs. I think that's just a giant green tree frog. Well, that's kind of funny. Yep, there he is. It's not a battle frog. There's just a frog in their midst. He's just like experiencing mortal fear. Do you think the frog spotted him? They are killing it. I think the frog spotted it, chat. Shoutouts to Humongo Frog for spotting the baddies for us. All right. Well, let's get the dwarves inside. Build a statue in its honor. I mean, I could just make a giant tree frog statue. But this one isn't named. That is very funny. Well. Let's assign the dwarves to the thing. Uh-oh. Let's hope that that artifact gets... I mean, actually, if we end up with an insane dwarf, then we end up with an insane dwarf. All right, you jump down here. Pull this lever. What'd you miss? A giant green tree frog spotted like 250 elves on the edge of our map for us, so shoutouts to giant green tree froggy. But yes, the happy tree friends arrived. I don't think that was the piggies that spotted it. But shoutouts to a Oink-based radar system and their child and baddie detection piggy. Chat, what do we name Oink-based radar system and baddie detection radar piggy? What do we name their child? Ham radio. True, actually. Let's just go with that. Ham radio. Doppler? Ooh. No, hold on a second. Is baby a male or a female? I got a good pun, chat. Someone's gonna be real mad at me for this one. I don't have kids, but I'm a walking dad joke. You approve of that? Sonar? You like sonar? Sonar almost sounds like someone's just saying sonar, but with like a thick accent. Good. Okay, hold on a second. Dear Mr. Tarnan Zach Adams, I know that this might be a lot to ask for, but could we please figure out some way of not resetting volume levels when you update your video game? That'd be cool. It's sonar, don't you know? You've never heard of sonar before? It's how we detect everything. Okay, so... Hold on a second. There's a dead bear. They just killed a bear. Ooh. There's a named bear here that they just killed. Now, was that just some random bear? Also, can I just say, holy fuck, this is a big-ass siege. There's something in the trees that's spotting these? Like... How do we keep spotting them as they appear? And also, are they fighting amongst each other? Oh my god, they are! Hold on a second. Hold on. I don't even have a way of checking where they're from. So I think that the elven factions might be infighting. No, they're not loyalty cascading. I think we're getting sieged by two groups at the same time. Yeah, they're crying. Yeah, they are in fact all crying. Which is why we're discovering them, because they are spotting each other. And that's why the ambushes keep happening. Because they are actually ambushing each other. Or are you linking? Okay, what's happening? So hold on. Because I know we're at war with two different elven factions. I assume that they're at war with each other. Right? So they're attacking each other, and then these guys show up. So that's at least 3 armies. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege, and they seek parley. No. Now go fight amongst yourselves. Jeez. All right, I think I'm gonna do the smart thing here, chat. Let's lock the door. Like, you know what? I actually don't. Main bridge lock. Let's just close the door. I think that's the wise thing to do right now. I have Sauron handy. God, that would be helpful right about now. Oh, I mean, I can kill them. I just want to know where they're all coming from first. No, they don't. They just all decided to invade on the same season. And I can tell you that for fact because I've been attacked in early season, mid-season, late season. It doesn't matter. There's gonna be a lot. This is gonna be a bit of a mess to clean up. This is crazy. That's a lot of bodies. Three invading armies at once? I've had this before in older versions. I once got ambushed by elves, sieged by humans, attacked by goblins, attacked by dwarves, and ambushed by a different goblin faction as a Forgotten Beast showed up in version 45. So no, this happens. Again, caused a similar effect of just a shit ton of infighting. You can't find any enemies, but you're stuck in a siege? Look on the units list. And if you can't find them on the units list, then I would assume that someone's either A, stealthed, or B, stuck just off map and just wait a bit. It'll go away. That's a big siege. These are the ones we need to save the lava for. I think there are more enemies on the map right now than my population. In fact, I'm almost certain of that. Just a few visitors. Yep. Fortress is popular at this time of year. The booze are in season, I suppose. What ghost is that that's floating around? Actually, hold on. Let me just see if I can... You know, I keep on saying I'm going to make a nicer, like... prison, and I just keep not doing it. Ask them if they have a visa. Did you sign all the paperwork before you got here? I'm just gonna select a random elf. No kills. Okay, how about you? No kills. Okay, how about you? No kills. How about you? How about you? No kills? Do I not get to see their confirmed kills on each other? That's a little disappointing. Well, this is wild. Yeah, they might be just off map though. That's the thing, Watts Frank. Yeah, no kidding. Just gonna double check that my back door's locked. It is in fact locked. Okay, good. You know, I'm really glad I decided to not send out a siege this month. Oh, no, totally. So they brought war horses and war dogs down at the end here? Not going to be mounted on the horses, though. They brought war grizzlies? Wow. Some Sonsusa and the cashier said that it's the strong stuff, and I took it, and now this is the mildest shit you've ever used. I don't know what that is. Maybe the cashiers just never had anything else. Huh. By what? The sheer number of elves spawning, Sal? Or something else? Well, I think that might be just about it. Not too much of them left. No. They also don't want each other, though. Remember that, Pop. Also, hi, Pop. How you doing? I mean, at the very least, we've taken back Masterwork. Comparing lip tobacco to like being healthier than smoking is kind of like saying vaping is healthier than smoking. You're just trading one potential health risk for a different health risk. But, you know. Meanwhile, we made an artifact. So that's good. Whisperfire, the farmer, has created Stukon Zengod. A cave spider silk right mitten. And offers it to the Tronky orb. Well, only one mitten? Why are you so negative all the time? You know? Everything's like, well, that sucks. What a failure. I'm like, no. They only make one artifact. You need two. Make a pair. Frankly, I think it's glorious. How would you feel if you just made your life's work? And then somebody walked up to you and called you a failure. That's like the most toxic dad energy I've ever heard. But anyways, this glorious mitten by this dwarf here is a cave spider silk right mitten. Not a wrong mitten, a right mitten. And all craftworship is of the highest quality. It is, of course, encrusted with radiant cut tanzanites and oval shale cabochons instead of the pig iron and decorated with cave spider silk. It is also encircled with bands of cave spider silk and pig leather and highwood and single-cut red spinels. It is, of course, made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of red spinel and menaces with spikes of cave spider silk. That's not how artifacts work, so they don't have the option to make the other. All I can say is, like, that. Why are you being so mean to my dwarves? Go be mean to your dwarves. Only I can be mean to my dwarves. Come on. And finally finish up this hospital pretty soon, too. You're still at work? Well, I can't help you then. This is your problem. Get rid of the goddamn job, and then you can play whenever you want. Sheesh. It's all about priorities. I don't even know where I'm going with this bit now, so I give up. All right, let's place these chests. If only you get paid to play. Technically, I don't get paid to play. I get paid to be entertaining. I learned this a long time ago from a streamer that I watch sometimes. Streamers don't get paid to play. We get paid to entertain. We don't have to play to entertain. This is why half of Twitch just sits with not enough clothes on in front of a billboard that they bend over in front of to write people's names on when they give them money for existing. Considering, I'm pretty sure I actually made more money during the intro of the stream where we were just like talking and listening to records than I have so far since I started playing games. I watch your stream. I don't know. Do you stream? I don't watch those types of streams, that's for sure. If I wanted that content, I'd go to other websites. Nothing worse than getting blue-balled. Making this Doctor's Guild a little nicer. All right. While the dwarves work on that. Oh yeah, no, tons of people watch bad players. I'm not the best there is at this game. Elves are still infighting, good lord. But some of them are finally starting to move. And there's also this crew. Wait, what? Did you just like jump into the water? Nope, okay. So this crew is coming back over from the other side of the map. I'm not sure where they had headed initially. But they appear to be colliding and fight. I guess this was like the initial group that scouted up ahead first. Because they're now fighting. Wow. Such a mess. Yeah, this is going to be a pain in the ass to clean up. It's the ASMR that winds you up. I gotta admit, like, the sole reason I can't watch ASMR is it's just like, that. I need to leave the room. This is uncomfortable. Because I know it isn't for everybody, but for me, it's very much a sex thing. It's like, that's not what this website's for. I don't did they give plants more sprites? I don't recall seeing red bean vines before. For the anti-ketchup tirades? Oh, I'm severely anti-ketchup. It's disgusting. I barely ever play this game with mods. Anybody who plays this game with mods doesn't realize that you don't need mods. Or is just annoyed that Blind's such an elitist twat about him playing vanilla all the time. I've never felt this game has needed mods. It certainly doesn't need graphical mods. I played this game with no graphics for years. Why would it need more?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good
Oh, I know it's a thing, Bastard.
The nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
This is crazy. All right, so I think that's how many elves are still fighting actively. They're still fighting, vomiting. I don't like ketchup chips. I don't even like this. I'll be honest with you. The scent of ketchup chips from across the room makes me want to throw up. Genuine fact about me. Like, I'm an adult. I can be in the same room with them. I don't care. But I don't even like the scent of them. You can eat them all. That's totally fine. Keep them away from me, though. Oh, yeah, I know people who've done stuff like that, so. So what's going on with the human siege? They are sieging, which means they're standing there and waiting until we come out and fight them. That is one of the most nonsensical sentences I've seen in a minute, Felsner. What does that even mean? Oh yeah, no, we'll definitely challenge these humans to a round of melty blood. Speaking of melty blood, it's time to open the door. Oh. Oh, I see. We did close them. Can't remember which door I opened. Brownie points to anybody who understands what I'm actually referencing when I say melty blood. Fighting game franchise. I think there are also visual novels that are associated with it, but I know it for the fighting games. Am I playing on hard? I can't remember, but it really doesn't matter. No, we're playing on custom, which is basically hard, except I've nerfed the cavern dwellers down to almost nothing. I don't find you amusing, Shino. I'll be honest with you. That monkey emote's starting to grate my gears. Which just means I'll ignore you, basically. Theoretically, apparently Tarn tested it by setting 1,000 polar bears on fire. Which apparently worked just fine, except the he noted that setting 1,000 polar bears on fire lagged the game a bit. Which checks out. Yep, bridges are down. Let's see if Jeff and the gang can walk over to him. Well, I mean, I set like 100 elves on fire earlier today in the arena, and it slowed the game down a bit. Not much, but a bit. A noticeable amount, I would say. Yeah, I mean that's why when I want to do emotes, I literally put a space in them. Because like nobody lets me do actual like emoticons anymore. It's a goddamn shame. Dwarf Fortress is thinking. Lot of entities on the map right now. I love it when I get a frame per second. This is reminding me of the time that I set the what's the number? This is reminding me of the time that I set the maximum number of things that could attack me at one time up to 800. Well, I mean, Legolas and friends up at the top seem a bit distracted, but Jeff and company, very much not. They're just hanging out by their ponies, waiting for me to open the gates, which I did. And now they're clearly pathing into the fortress, which is why the frame rate is going kerthonk. Are there any humans? Human? 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 Human, 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 human? Human, human? No, they have multiple townships of like 1,000 plus, so I would assume that there are still humans in the world. If you fight with them enough, they will start sending their civilians. You'll start getting attacked by bards and recruits. Your your dog is gassing you out. Oh no. I was watching a stream a couple days ago, and there was a very audible fart sound in the background. It's like, it's just my dog. Don't worry about it. It's like, wow, that's a powerful dog. Okay, so they seem to be sending the war dogs and the ponies out to scout. They've sent in bards. They're so annoying. But no, I've been attacked by like bards and librarians before when a faction is very clearly running out of soldiers. It's kind of sad, actually. God. My shoulders are hurting. What are they firing? Insults? What are they firing? Out of tune jingles! But no, like, yeah, when they start to run out of things, they'll start getting attacked by peasants. Like, you know how sometimes you'll have dwarves in your fort that are peasants? I've been attacked by, like, it's 45 humans and 12 war dogs, and they're all peasants. Except the dogs are not peasants, obviously. And then they're just, like, armed with, like leather armor sometimes. Maybe a book or a musical instrument. At least the sieging librarians keep the rest of the troops quiet. True, they're better at being stealthy. Sad but realistic. I'm just sad they don't send them in with pitchforks. I feel like they should be sent in with pikes and pitchforks because that would be realistic. Or like a mortar and pestle. Sword and shield. Mortar on your fist, pestle in your other hand. Ah! Narvicious, what up? I kind of wish that armies would show up with a bard or two, though. That would just make sense. You know, every army needs a drummer boy. I can't wait to burninate all these soldiers so my frame rates go back to like 15 or 20 maybe, if I'm lucky. I'm sorry, what? Classic. Run away, kitty. Just get away. Get back inside. About 20 frames, yeah, for Sizzletongs. Sport's been running pretty bad. How you doing, Kobold? By the way, Kobold just reminded me, because Kobold was there, I've been streaming on a secret channel, which isn't very secret. It's my bots account. So if you want to catch my secret streams on my off days, follow that account. It's usually just my hand, editing YouTube videos, and talking smack. Ooh, Half-Life Episode 2, Episode 1. Have you ever played them before? I mean, you can't actually subscribe to Calcium Crypt because it's not an affiliate. All right, the pony's about to enter. I love how they're just sending their war animals and the majority of the army is just standing back there. You've never played them before? Well, I won't spoil anything. Have fun. Enjoy them. I mean, cats would get inebriated on catnip, correct? They're just horsing around? No, I'm gonna stab the horses to death. Of course, the cat's running back out. It's ironic. I don't think catnip exists in Dwarf Fort. Like, jokes aside, I'm pretty certain that catnip does not exist in Dwarf Fort. Which is a hilarious oversight for a game made by self-declared cat people. Horsey Space Program? That will probably happen. If not the Horsies, then the War Dogs. The Horsies are less of a concern than the War Dogs. But yeah, here's to getting my sneaky side channel partnered eventually, maybe one day. Or at the very least affiliated, which I'll do in just a couple more streams, I think. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can still catapult stuff with bridges. I've launched some things pretty far with these ones. I'm sorry, what? Okay, well there's one survivor. Still stealth. My god. It just doesn't end. They're saving your Prime sub for the bots channel. It needs to make $100 in revenue for me to actually get paid. But I guess I need to think up emotes for the bot channel. Probably waiting for the economic update and the extract rework. God. Oh, maybe they did do that. I don't know. I'm a Twitch partner who has made more than $100 a month on Twitch since like 2016. So I'll be honest, I don't pay much attention to any of that. Maybe it was. I don't actually know. I genuinely, I don't know. Probably. I completely forgot that that was a thing in the first place because it's so not something that affects me. I'll be completely honest with you. I ignore 90% of what Twitch says and does because it just kind of annoys me at this point. I like that the elves are still fighting with stealthed elves. Why? Okay. I figured out what that cat was doing. It's bringing us a dead hamster. Stupid cat. How many of that? Wow. There's so many just waiting back there. Just gonna wait for the majority of them to be in there. We'll just burn them. That should be enough to burn to make the siege leave. I'm not mocking it. I'm accepting the... There's how many things in that one stack? A lot of things. But noted. About two. Well, thank you. It's a very good amount of information you just provided me, that there's at least 2 items in that stack. To any future question is either it's planned for X update after Y update and Z update, or no. Yeah. Yeah. You hadn't noticed before? In the few short breaks we've had between enemy sieges, Thok. Your dog is harboring WMDs? What are you feeding him? If your dog's gassy, the only fault is the owner. That being said, tell your dog he's good boy / girl and give him pets for me, please. It's like, Tarn, is this a feature? Nervous laugh. Oh my god. There was a cow moose hidden away here. That is a notification I've never seen before. Hold on a second. I'm screenshotting that. Just I gotta. There was a cow moose hidden away here. It's an ambush. So I think a moose snuck into my fort, potentially? No. But it is getting attacked by a war lynx. We're now finding their mounts, chat. A very adept ambusher. Actually, what is this cow moose? Oh, it won't tell me. I want to know your ambushing skill, moose. Very disappointed. Anyway, let's pull this lever. Let's try out this horsey space program. I gotta say, that horse being clumsy and resisting sickness is funny to me. Your base itself has become an arena by itself. Elves versus moose versus lynx. There's something going on here. It's this battle will go down in the history books. That's for sure. Sorry. There's a cow moose hidden away here. Uh-huh. Cow moose, eh? Dwarf knight. You know, am I the only person who is genuinely annoyed at the fact that Fortnite spells night wrong? Like, is anybody else bothered by this? Because, like, it's genuinely the biggest issue I have with Fortnite. Game itself seems totally fine. Can we get this gate closed, please? All right, well, my dwarves have discovered the war dogs and are putting an end to their lives. And hopefully not running onto the drawbridge that's probably about to go flying up any second now. Well, the war dogs are now running away in fear. I would too. Am I sure that I pulled that lever? I'm pretty sure I pulled that lever. In fact, it's been pulled as of now. So let's watch this pony. See? Do you believe me now that I pulled the lever? I definitely pulled the lever. And they're all running away in fear. I mean, I would be too. A horsefly, yes. My hamster. Are in your head canon, Preox, are you RPing as that cat? It's trying to teach the dwarves how to hunt very unsuccessfully. It evolved into Rapidash. I agree with this, Metalhead. All right, the gates come down again. I'm really curious if this big old glut of dudes back here is ever going to walk towards me. Has to be Ninetales. My cousin growing up had a cat named Ninetales. And I didn't actually realize that Ninetales was a Pokemon until I was like 15, 16. Like, maybe 10 years after that cat passed away. Because he had Ninetales until I was like 5 or 6. Ninetales died pretty young. He was one of those farm cats that just kind of vanished, you know what I mean? But I remember somebody was just like, out of nowhere, that mentioned Ninetales as a Pokemon. I was like, that's a Pokemon? Oh. Well, it made so much more sense after that. Is that one invader a British judge? What, this one? No, this one's just a human recruit. This is a human with long white hair. Who's 55 years old. Getting up there, 55 years old. He's just got long hair. He's just gray and hasn't trained at all, which means they might actually be running out of people if they're sending recruits. It's also a type of whip. This is true. It's where the term cat o' nine tails comes from, I think. All right, well, speaking of Ninetales, this human's about to get surprised. We're about to dirty our nice white floor. Our nice white floor. 7-hour stream, chat. And we're going to read this combat. I don't like reading the combat logs of the dogs dying, so we are going to read this one, though. Wow, that was fast. Porcelet, who was the one who soloed that Forgotten Beast earlier, the champion, stabs the human pikeman in the upper body with her adamantine short sword, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the lung through the goose leather armor. And then an artery has been opened. The pikeman misses. The pikeman dropped his pike. Pikeman somehow lost his helmet and his pike. Okay, so dodged, or to hit. Porcelet dodges. Pikeman drops Pike. Pikeman loses hold of Pike and helmet. And then the champion stabs the human pikeman in the head with her adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Definitely need a medic. Anyway, let's see if any of my dwarves fall in. Ah! I was like, let's see if any of them fall into the lava. I was worried that would happen. Horselet, you were a good dwarf. I'm going to miss you. You one-shot a Forgotten Beast today. You just snapped that human's neck. Total kill count was 9 notable kills, 45 other kills, including a chinchilla man and 2 jaguar men. I mean, I'm in the midst of draining the lava anyway, so I will save the can. That one actually makes me mad. Legendary cook gets cooked. Most of the dwarves in this fort are legendary cooks. Did I just kill an army? No, one of my dwarves just dodged into the lava, and I'm disappointed in them. All right, Olam is now fighting with the humans. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. And then another dwarf falls in there, but you weren't named, so I didn't care. All right, well, let's close this bridge again. I'm upset. We can also witness as this stupid recruit walks up this way. Technically dodges bolt by jumping into lava. All right, I'm going to cancel this job because unless it's already been pulled, it's probably going to end up happening is my dwarves are going to get catapulted into the lava. Yep. Well, let's see how many fall into the lava now. My assumption is more than previous. Charge up. Okay, not so bad. I don't think any more of my dwarves have fallen in. Named or otherwise. Sweet. All right, dwarves, back up. Back up, you numbskulls. Back up. Swordsmaster Olin says, I was close to a waterfall and I feel very content, but fell into a pool of lava. At the very least, you felt content being near a waterfall. The swords dwarf strikes the human swordsman in the head with the pommel of her adamantine short sword, but the attack is deflected by the human swordsman's adamantine short sword. Geez. Yeah, no, I'm draining this out to make to attempt some upgrades, by the way. One of the things I really would like to do, because this is surface anyway, and, you know, we could really use some, what's it called? Actual, well, not actual defenses for this, but I want some more defenses. One of the things I was thinking about doing is, making minecart skippers to skip along the side of this and spray lava around, but I'm curious if I could do that along here and fire it through fortifications. So essentially if I have like, because I have these like nifty little floors here that I could build off of, if I can drain this, we could actually try that. I kind of want to try. Last of the dwarves run forward. Oh, there goes another one. Who is that? Kogan. Gushka. Gushka. Rest in peace. Another dwarf just fallen? That was just the one dwarf. Well, on the bright side, these dwarves are getting the violent combat that they wanted. Who am I giving a dwarf to, Maltese? Layagushka. What kind of dwarf am I giving Layagushka? Rakos, the swords dwarf, has been found dead, burnt to death. Just gonna move the squads up. A not cooked one. Uh-huh. I'll give him another... Actually... Yeah, I'll give him another squad dwarf. You injured? Nope, you're just tired. Okay, well, back up then. Can you back up here, dwarf? Say, we didn't lock the door or anything. Ah, I see. The part where you're seriously injured. Well... we will try and valiantly save you. I need to find a dwarf to give to that person. But just give me a minute. Trying to save my swords dwarf here by sending out my other military dwarves. The Natsu's coming up. Although you may be seriously injured, but has stood up and is continuing to fight. It's taken out 2 humans. Oh my god, this dwarf. It's 3. Considering you're seriously... What are your injuries? Ability to stand lost. So this dwarf is crawling. No, it was crippled during the fight. Like, trust me, this dwarf was moving at a speed that they were not even remotely injured. Can I send you back now? Can you walk back down, maybe? Crawl back down? Well, the siege is over, so I could just turn off this. We could just go rescue you. What a goddamn badass. Well, and no, they didn't lose a limb, I don't think. Ability to stand lost does not equal lost limb. It could be any number of things. What am I looking for? Health description. Left lower leg is fractured. Okay, he's got a broken leg. Or she's got a broken leg. She's not dead. She's got a broken leg. So she just needs a splint. So that's why she's lost the ability to stand. Also, Lagushka always wanted to be in the military, so... I'm just literally checking chat logs to see how to spell the name. Ayagushka. She's inflamed with hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, is very curious and sometimes to her detriment, and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and is stubborn. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and tends to avoid crowds and is often cheerful. She is quite polite and moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is slow to anger, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and can sometimes act without deliberation and is quite ambitious. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and scratches her ear whenever she's bored, and she begins to stammer whenever she becomes exasperated. She personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Still no migrants. God, I wonder why. And she is very greedy. She is generally unhindered by her thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she tends to form deep and emotional bonds with others. She personally would operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife and disorder. She has a disregard for loyalty and finds leisure time wasteful and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. She likes glass, brass, and bandfire opal, clear glass, and I really wish it was tin glaze, brass, pinfire opal, and then glass, but clear glass, color flax and waves and warhammers and high boots and crowns and Bombera groundant plants for their edible nuts. Okay. And river otter and she prefers to consume river otter and bumblebee meat and light cheese and hates mosquitoes. And has no friends. Just some passing acquaintances. All right, did we get that dwarf out of here? I think we did. So I'm going to click on this burrows button a few times. JKRT, what kind of dwarf would you like? So we're going to make sure that all of these dwarves get out of here. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I was like, there's a naked dwarf up there. Why? It's a baby somebody's carrying. Dangerous as possible. So military, I guess? The pissed off military dwarf. No, that's bananas. Can't be that. Stormtrooper's already named as the Weaver. All right. Personality is in a constant state of internal rage, never feels discouraged, and tends to make a small mess, and he is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others, is gripped by crippling shyness and cracks easily under pressure, feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and is not the type to fall in love or even feel positive feelings. By the way, chat, those redeems have been unredeemed for like 3 hours. He tends to hang on to grievances and tends to think before acting, is stubborn, and is often conflicted by this part of himself. What's up, Stone? Why that? He is often conflicted by this part of himself as he often feels envious of others and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and has an active sense of humor and lives a fast-paced life and is currently more rude. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and does not really value skills related to fighting and does not really value merrymaking. Dreams of raising a family. Likes kimberlite, tin gray, chalice stony, cave blob leather, and linen fabric, and the color red purple, and beds and large gems and yaks for their shaggy hair, and giant gray squirrels for their tails, and fonio plants for their grain. And the words of the bronze rocks, when possible, prefers to consume giant rhinoceros and dwarven rum and bitter melons, and absolutely hates leeches. No need for dwarfication. Gotcha, Pop. To be fair, yeah, Pop did die fighting demons in this fort. It's hard to choose a better way to go than that. All right, so I'm locking all of the dwarves back underground. We are opening up the trading door. And then I'm just going to burn everything that's in here. Just want to clean this area out. Although I'm going to keep this draining. Gotcha, Stone. Understandable. Sounds like justified internal rage to me. Yeah, although I kind of would really like to burn all the way up to here, but I don't really think I'd be able to. So, Swordsdorf has been missing for a week. Makes sense. I'm actually going to disband the bottom squad because it's empty. Top squad's going to get new armor. Not armor. Commander. We'll give you that dwarf, sure. JKRT, eh? Internal rage. And danger. What will make you go train in the military? Just have to try and spot you. There you are. Kiddo, you gotta move there, bud. You, on the other hand, you can get pulled. And guess we can also just pull this. Could a temper? I mean, I could also just forbid it and wait until all the blood dries up and the corpses rot, which is what I'm gonna do. Because they don't disturb the dwarves as badly when they see a skeleton. It's seeing, like, fresh dead corpses that really fucks them up. Hello, Googs. Game has stopped saving worlds between game sessions. It's stuck around until I close the game. When I reopen the game, the world is gone. So, I have a question. When you say that the world is gone, do you mean that you can't keep playing a fort that you started, or do you mean you can't start new forts? Because you can only have one fort in each world at a time. You just want dwarves that are brave in the face of imminent danger. But optimally, if you want a dwarf to enjoy the process of learning the military Cerniv, just make sure that they have dreams of mastering a skill. Because then they will just simply enjoy the process of learning to be a soldier so much they won't care by the time they finally have to go stab something to death. You can't start a new fort. Okay, can you continue playing the fort that you were playing previously? Like if you click the continue button. Okay, so the world isn't gone, but you can only have one active fort in a world at a time. So this is my one active fort in this world. If I want to start a new fort, I have to either abandon it or retire the fortress for the time being. You can't have multiple concurrent forts in a world that are saved. So your world isn't disappearing. You've done nothing wrong, but you're misunderstanding a mechanic. So if you want to have multiple forts in the same world, what I would recommend doing is retiring your fortress. And then when you fully retire it, it's going to give you an option to say save on the same timeline or start a new timeline. If you start a new timeline, then you'll still have your save and your fortress, and you can go do stuff in a new version of the world in a different fort, or you could read legends and stuff like that. Your worlds aren't disappearing, but basically the way Dwarf Fortress works is you play one fortress in that world, you finish with that fortress, and then when you're done with that fortress, you either retire it and let the AI take over, and then you go start a new fort, or you abandon it and let the AI take over, and all of the characters that were in that fortress and the items scatter out into the world. Those are kind of your two options when you're done with a fort. And then once adventure mode is eventually added back in, once, you know, they go through and remake all the UI for that, then you'll also have the ability to start an adventure and go and explore your old forts and such. Yeah, it's one of those, like, mechanics that's pretty unique to Dwarf Fortress, so it's pretty understandable that tripped you up there. Although that's a first-time question, so interesting. Also, welcome to the stream side of things. God, look at all those bodies flying everywhere. That's ridiculous. It's like confetti. What a mess. Look at everything. Oh, God. That's so goofy. All right, well, everything's sealed off, so let's let the dwarves back out. Yeah, exactly. What Pop said in chat about timelines and worlds being like timelines. Is there a risk of war for demanding tribute to other dwarves? I mean, there's a risk of war when demanding tribute to anybody, but as long as you have decent squads, it's a low risk. So you just kept seeing the option to make a new fort in an existing world. Okay. I understand what you mean. Yeah, okay, so, like, if the previous fort dies, like, if everything is dead and everybody dies, then, yeah, you'd get the option to just go make a new fort in the world. But if you're like, man, I'm doing well, I'm keeping this fort for longer, and then you don't have the option, yeah, I could see why that's confusing. Googs, also, thanks for subscribing. Cheers. Appreciate you. Keeping one of the strangest channels on Twitch funded. And seemingly one of the few channels on Twitch that's not streaming the Weird Wizard RPG. Well, cheers. Happy to help. Such a neat fort. I'm kind of surprised you guys aren't bored of it yet. I seriously underestimate the strangeness of Twitch. Okay, well, so let me tell you this. I don't underestimate the strangeness of Twitch. I'm quite well aware of the strangeness of Twitch and the ever-evolving nature of the strangeness of Twitch. But my channel is strange because there's very few channels like mine. There's plenty of channels doing all sorts of weird shit that most people would describe as weird on Twitch, right? But there's literally only one channel on Twitch with 300 concurrent viewers streaming Dwarf Fortress. That's pretty weird. When that's like 98% of my gameplay. Pretty weird. I've always been niche, though. Also, I'm convinced that Twitch is, like, breaking on the back end because my bot has no idea how many people are actually watching my channel right now. True Freak, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. I have a notification from my bot, though. Oh. I know why. Hold up. Fixing my bot. But True Freak, thank you very much for the second month. A lot. I have to reauthorize my my bot's account. I'll probably do it. Let's see if that fixes it. You dig my weird? Okay. Trying to figure out what that means, but... What, me being a... Wait, hold on. Someone else streaming trucking or me streaming Trucking Simulator? Because I definitely streamed Trucking Simulator before I got bored as shit of it. Which I definitely did. As for Tribute, they accepted and you don't know why, but it feels like the new squads are faster traveling the world. I mean, maybe they are. They're hauling elf teeth. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go just forbid this pile of teeth. I'm going to go over here and forbid this pile of teeth, said like nobody ever, really. Dwarves, please just ignore the giant pile of teeth in the corner of the fortress. Also, hi, Eldragon. It's good to see you. Fortunately, the only dwarf that's actively throwing tantrums is, like, stuck in my walls, so that's good. Yeah, does somebody want to, like, load all those into the thingy? That'd be great. IDENR. Okay. Chat, there's another giant rat in my fort. God damn. I don't want to keep killing these giant rats. And I also don't know how they're getting into my fort. Actually, they're probably... that one probably walked in from this stairway here. Can you force mine through warm stone yet? Wait, you mean hot stone? Like the stuff that has lava around it? You don't need to force mine. You just need to redesignate the mining job. And it's not a yet. That is an intentional game design decision. If you go into your game settings, you can completely remove that feature if you really want your fort to die. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can. So that's not something that we'll ever be able to do. If you want that feature disabled, go into your game settings and disable it. But what I would recommend doing, if you want to do that, is hold down the button on the draw tool, and it'll automatically redesignate the next one as the last one is undesignated. That's my recommendation if you want to do that. I don't think they meant semi-molten rock. At least I'm assuming they didn't mean semi-molten rock. Because it's a safety measure to protect the player from themselves, right? It's to stop players from accidentally, like, setting themselves on fire. But if you go into the text files for the game, you can still disable it manually. It's under the announcements screen, which is auto forbid / cancel order under semi-molten rock. So with a little bit of digging into your game files, you can completely disable it. Yeah, there's more than one. I already got that ghost, or set that ghost to be dealt with. You don't delete it. You have to change the announcement line. You have to change it to not for like if you delete the announcement line, you'll break it. You have to rewrite. So hold on. I'm not gonna make a guide for this because I'm terrible at explaining this shit. But like, if you go to your game folders, right, and you go to data, init, announcements, the instructions are all at the top. P, pause, recenter, display, Omega. And it used to be, at least, possible to stop that. In a combat report, the announcement will cause an alert button to light up. Okay, maybe they removed the ability to disable the cancel job. Reading. Yeah, you have to do a lot of reading to set up your Dwarf Fortress install correctly. Although maybe they just completely disabled it. They hide it somewhere else? I'm looking through the old... This is the old settings menu for Dwarf Fort, which is still in the game. Oh, I found the Dwarven contraception setting. Allow Dwarven reproduction. True. Wait, maybe they've moved it into standing orders. It used to be in there. Did they move it to standing orders? Because that would be kind of wild. This is what happens when you're an old player who's played this game for too goddamn long. I assume everything is in there. No, that's just job cancellations. That's something different. Yeah, no, there's nothing about digging in there. Swordmaster was founded? Right. Naturally. Not actually sure how they found that, but... Oops, I didn't actually click the pull lever button. Yeah, the cancellation for the job used to always be in the init folder. So yeah, I don't know, maybe they've hidden it. Which is kind of odd, but also kind of makes sense because you really don't want to turn that off. Like, it's one of those things where it's really annoying when you're having to deal with it, but when it saves your whole fortress because you don't accidentally, like, fill your fortress up with lava, you'll be happy it's there. So definitely been there. It's definitely a frustrating thing to work around, but it's also one of those things where I'm really happy that it's there because it's saved me more times than it's annoyed me, so I've learned to enjoy the fact that it's there. Eats your inputs? That sounds like a frame rate issue. It's the lesser evil. Yeah, I will trade tedium for loss of fortress. But many people won't. Just waiting for these to get done so I can lock this door. Dig, cancel, warm? Hold on. Let me check again. Cannot see. That's mood. Oh, there it is. Yeah, dig, cancel, warm. So I guess, so it's ADD by default. Aid, add or display, DD. Display announcement will be displayed as dwarf alerts. See, I guess like you could remove all of the stuff at the end, but you still can't stop it from canceling the order, which is the issue. Because there used to be a cancel order effect on that. Also, the game's thinking. I click and dwarves die is all you know. I mean, you're halfway there. Frankly. No, go back to lurking. It's okay. I mean, it's a fine rabbit hole. It's just, it's good for me to know because I won't give people incorrect instruction. Because it's not a setting I'd ever turn off, right? It's always something I would leave on. But it definitely was something that I would help people turn off if they wanted help turning it off in the past. If you get rid of the whole line, it won't change anything. To my knowledge, game will just default, but you shouldn't delete anything from there. Just word of advice, don't delete anything from there. Yeah, in version 47, you used to be able to, like, there was a parameter in there that was cancel order. I mean, you could delete that whole folder and the game will just run on defaults, but like if you want to be able to edit them, you should leave it there. What's up, Blazy Man? It's doing all right today. Pretty chill. No huge complaints. And yourself? Mostly just waiting for these slow arse dwarves to build a door so I can lock it. Also, cheers to all the people who picked up merch in the last 24 hours. Got an email saying I got some sales, so cheers. My stream is more entertaining than work. Hopefully this is not mandatory work, and this is at the very least optional work. This is the way. What, trying to get some work done instead of doing stream? Word of advice, you know? Set a timer for 30 minutes, right? Watch stream for 30 minutes, okay? When timer goes off, set the timer again for 30 minutes, mute stream for 30 minutes, and get work done. Rinse, repeat. You can completely ignore that advice if you like. But it's my advice. It is what I would recommend doing if I was in your situation. All right, well, let's just get everything up here tossed. Sure, none of it's that valuable. Well done, piggies. You did your job. I know I missed some stuff. Let's find some dwarves that could join some military. Like Cilantro Gamer over here. Would you like to join the military? Well, you've realized your goal in life, so that's pretty good. Got so many dwarves that are named, and it's like, I don't necessarily know if they want to go into the military. This dwarf personally believes that the time spent to master a skill is a horrible waste and doesn't respect society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. What a boring individual. Would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any physical confrontation. I mean, I think I've met that person in real life. Most football players. Meditate on silence. Yeah, me too. Sometimes cruel. Excellent. Dreams of raising a family. And is sometimes cruel, hey? How is thankskeeping? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I don't know what a thankskeeping is. Oh, how is Thanos keeping? Is that what you mean to ask? Not dead. Currently not dead. All right, well, I'm short on Adaswords. Because we dropped them in the lava. Crumble. But yeah, Thanos is still alive, seems to like his job. Occasionally one punches people to death. Also, I gotta say, this is maybe my favorite thing I've seen on Twitter in a few days. Turns out a Dwarf Fortress patch is coming soon because this is the kind of message I'm seeing every morning. I tested it with 1,000 polar bears surrounded by lava and it seemed to work. But there was some FPS issues while they were burning up. Dwarf Fortress development dev chat seems like a special place. I wish I could live there. All right, so let's see how much adamantine, how many bars we got. How many bars do we have? A lot of gold, apparently. Or wafers, rather. Wafers. 0. Well, that's not good. Well, we gotta finish draining that, don't we? I also need to finish draining this because I'm pretty sure that Steam's not doing good things for my frames. I think it's time to redesign this lake, chat. I think it's time to redesign it. PR manager for Bay 12? But KitFox hired Sal to do that. Like, actually. Like, KitFox hired Sal to work in, like, basic community management for promotion of Dwarf Fortress and such. Besides, why would they pay me to do something I already do for free? Which is the reality of this industry. I'm sorry, what? Okay, what just started fighting? Nothing? Then why did you just start giving me the fighting sounds, game? Bugbat's fighting with a raccoon. Things you see only in this video game. How old is Sizzletongs? Almost 20 years, actually. All right, well. Cheers, Kuro. I thought it went well as well. My good press should be worth the wage at some point. Well, fortunately, I have people on Patreon that give me money, but at the end of the day, I don't think I will ever be hired by anybody to work on Dwarf Fortress stuff. Because, like I said, why would you hire somebody to do something that you already do for free? Which is just, like I said, the reality of this industry. And also, they kind of already hired somebody else for that job, so. As much as it would be neat, I think that ship sailed. Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, what I'm kind of thinking about doing is having two lava. Actually, chat. Think about this. What I'm thinking about doing is having two lava troughs on either side of this, right? And then having fortifications on either side of the lava troughs, right? And then the lava troughs will be so like fortifications all the way along, and then lava trough that's maybe, I don't know, 4 tiles wide with little pillars in the middle. And then we'll just launch minecarts around in circles near the lava troughs as like a way of spraying the edges of this. So that we have other methods of killing stuff that's on here. No, because lava has no flow. Water has flow. How old is your dwarf now? I'm wondering if your dwarf's still alive. I don't think you're still alive. Let me double check. Game's thinking. Okay. Aegis. Never mind. You are still alive. You are 11. You're currently hauling stuff to and from stockpile. You appear to be assisting the kids with filling this very, very full minecart up. Putting stuff into the minecart, which is getting more full. But yeah, I mean, getting a salary for doing what I do would be cool, but frankly, I'm not going to get my hopes up. I kind of expect to just be crowdfunded forever. Any traumas? Probably a dozen or so, knowing this fort. Game's thinking again. This fort's been pretty hitchy today. Yeah, true. I guess the community hired me. The community hired me by a show of force to provide DF content. But we'll see how long that lasts. You wore tattered clothing a couple years ago, but that was like a couple. I think that might have been before you were named. You saw an elf's dead body in 250, so 9 years ago. You're mostly fine. I don't know. I am very much of the opinion that what's going to happen over the next 8 months is I'm going to fade back into obscurity. But, you know, I enjoy the bumps while they last. They're nice. But that's also partially because of me just being a pessimist. You won't abandon me? Everybody says that. You have any idea how many times I've been told that in my life, and it's true, turned out to be wrong. Can't handle stress near after an elf sacrifice. Yeah, it made you harden up after you've been to Nam, right? But no, it means a lot. Thanks, Hoff. Doesn't change the fact that the stress is there, though. All right. I don't even. Pen pasturing a puppy. You know, it's funny, Claiborne. You talk like a stock investor, and it's hard to explain. Like, there are people where it's just like, oh, okay, I can kind of figure out the what you do for a living based on how you type, and then there are people like you where it's just like, man, you don't even hide it. It's just like, yeah, okay, thanks. Cheers. Might actually change this stockpile from a cloth stockpile to something else. Let's go from cloth to... never mind, we'll leave it cloth. Need an armor stockpile somewhere. I don't mean that in a bad way, by the way. I just think it's funny. It's this or insurance? I mean, for me, it's this or I go back to working night shift cleaning restaurants. It's the only other marketable skill I have. Which has proven far more resilience to your whimsy than most things. I don't know. For me, I think Dwarf Fortress is mini Minecraft in some ways, Pop. Which means there will always be people watching Dwarf Fortress. It's like there's always been people watching Dwarf Fortress. The thing that I'm curious, eager, and stressed out and nervous about is what's that number gonna land on in 6 months? You know? Is it gonna be, oh, there's, you know, a few hundred people watching Dwarf Fortress, or is it, oh, there's 12 people watching Dwarf Fortress? And I don't know. We've already dropped more than I was hoping we would. I was hoping the directory would stabilize at higher numbers on average with more people around my size, but unfortunately my hopes haven't fully succeeded. My personal numbers have stayed where I've wanted them to, generally. Still holding above 300 consistently, but it still drops by like 50 viewers a week, so it's like, oh, we'll see. We'll see. Money's stayed okay, though, which is nice. But still, makes me nervous. Lots of things make me nervous, though. People will return and stabilize? Sure, they might. They also might not. Right? But yes, you are correct. They certainly might. But the internet is a far more fickle thing than you're giving it credit for currently. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, adventure mode will definitely help. But adventure mode is going to be like a big expansion pack. Oh, there's the terrified bug bat. I like bug bats. They're adorable. I kind of wish they could just like flap around and exist. Can I just tell my dogs to not kill the bug bats? You know, I think I'm actually just going to put some cage traps right here. I have plenty of mechanisms. Might as well use them. Absolutely not, Elska. They haven't even started working on it. So we don't have an ETA. Do you remember how the release date for this game was time was subjective? The same should be said about adventure mode until that update changes. We're not going to have an ETA on adventure mode, I would guess, until midsummer. And that's just me throwing a guess, is when we'll get an estimation. And that might even be wrong. In fact, that wouldn't surprise me if that's wrong. And I know that might seem kind of pessimistic, but it's the way of the dwarf. I wouldn't even say soon TM. Soon TM implies soon. I don't think it's even going to be soon. I mean, yeah, absolutely. We have Dwarf Fortress till then. The way I see it is time is relative, and the more you pay attention to it, the slower it goes. So quit paying attention, and it'll go quicker. Just don't worry about it. If you want to play adventure mode, either go play it in older versions of the game or play a different game until adventure mode is out. What project am I working on? I'm waiting for this lava to drain, and there's a bajillion and one objects that are getting put away and dealt with, and I'm also letting my dwarves socialize so that the stress levels stabilize a little bit. So currently nothing. I'm just kind of waiting for the lava to go away. Yeah, except people unironically use soon TM to refer to something that's actually happening soon. Also, I can totally turn Silk Collection back on. And you know what? Speaking of projects, let's clean the fort.
Bezos bucks.
I'll appreciate your Bezos bucks, Alex for Alex. Thank you very much for the Bezos bucks. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, courtesy of Bezos. And the brand new Crypt Palm emote. And sorry if I seem like a bit of a downer, chat. I've just done this job long enough to know the realities of it. And I have a feeling that, well, not a feeling. I'm pretty certain right now that for right now we are entering back into another quiet period for Dwarf Fort. We've come through the big, exciting, happy, yay, the game's out. And I think it's going to be 6 months or a year until the next big bump, which means all we can really do for the next 6 months to a year is wait. Like, really? Holy shit. 600 something cave spider silk socks. Oh boy. What kind of dwarf would you like, Alex? I don't think you have one currently. No, Alex for Alex passed away if there even was one in this fort. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Where does the lava go from the top? You mean like the very top? Like up here? It goes over and into this walkway, but it flows down into here. And then flows off the map at the end there. Hoden! Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back. Legendary Swords Dwarf or Leader. I don't have any leaders. Well, actually, what do you mean by leader? I might not even have any legendary ones, right? My squads are kind of in shambles currently. Named. Okay, do you want Sodil or Melville? Well, I'll say this. Military is the most, like, in-demand dwarves for some reason. So, they're, like, always all named. So she is married to Rovod Playfoler. Your husband's a legendary cook. You're annoyed after sleeping on a rough cave floor. And you're moving very slowly. She does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. After seeing an elf's dead body, is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. She can easily get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself after experiencing trauma in 257, and she likes to keep her things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And she can handle stress and is assertive. She can handle it, but wants to avoid it. Got it. She would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, sees competition as reasonably important, and values sacrifice, and sees war as a useful means to an end. And she likes marcasite, sterling silver, and violet sespertine, giant ibex leather, sheep's wool in the color pale chestnut, and bolts and breastplates and tables for their and tables, and water buffaloes for their wallowing and mussels for their beauty. That's an odd thing to like. I guess mussel shells are pretty cool. And when possible, prefers to consume aye and sweet potato wine, and desert limes, and you hate rats. Living in the dark, everywhere you turn, there's rats. Let's see, does your hubby want to join the military? We can put your hubby in the military with you. Maybe you two can hang out. It'll be all cute. Oh, he created his great work of art. Here, we'll put you in the same squad as your wife. I know, right, Nugget? Even Deskrat disagrees. I think the gist that I understand it is the current roadmap for Dwarf Fortress, because it's not written anywhere, right? I mean, there's like their to-do list on their website, which you can just go look at, but it's not in any particular order. I think, as I understand it, the current roadmap is adventure mode and villains are going to come at the same time, because villains is what's going to make adventure mode not shit. Not that adventure mode is shit, but like adventure mode could be a lot better if villains was out. So I have a feeling they're pushing to get villains and adventure mode both out at the same time. And, God, I've got so much crap I gotta get rid of. And then after, as a mathematician's idea of outlining, this is true. I don't even necessarily know what that means, and I can assume that this is true. So it's adventure modes and villains are supposed to come at the same time, and then after that is sieges and map rewrite, and I don't know what order those are going to happen in. And then after that is myths and magic. I have an elf bard. Dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Well, I see why you left the elves to live with me, actually. Doesn't value eloquence so much. Has no friends. That's sad. You were hoping magic is next? Well, in order to do magic, they have to do the map rewrite. So, but no, I mean, here's the thing, and this is what I always tell people. People always ask me, they're like, are you excited about Myths and Magic? No, not in the slightest. I'm not even remotely interested in Myths and Magic. Why? Not because it's not going to be cool. I think it's going to be awesome. And frankly, that part of it, like, are you looking forward to it? Fuck yeah. It's going to be great. Am I excited about it? No. Because why would I be excited about something that's potentially, like, half a decade away? If not more. You know, like, 3-4 years ago, before this version got announced, when people used to ask me, they're like, when do you think Myths and Magic will be out? I used to guesstimate at like 2025. That was in 2018. So you ask me that now and I'm like, well, I guess the difference between Dwarf Fortress and other games is this, right? You get an expansion pack announced 6 weeks before it comes out. Dwarf Fortress has announced its expansion packs a decade or two in advance. Right? They annihilated one another. True. How the fuck it wants to bring peace to the world? Chaos and damnation are easy, but pace? Pace? You want pace? They're not going to hire anybody else. I guarantee that. They hired Putnam, right? And Putnam's part-time. And, like, somebody in my YouTube comments actually said this pretty poignantly recently, which is, man, I love Zach and Tarn, and it's a shame that they're going to be broke in 6 months. To which I stared at that comment for a second and thunked about it for a little bit. And they would be. They very much would be if they listened to what people are saying, which is hire more people, hire more people, hire more people, hire more people, hire more people. If they actually hired up and expanded the team at the speed that certain people on the internet want them to, yeah, they would actually be bankrupt in 6 months. Because the running costs of a game dev studio vastly outweighs that $7 million that they just got paid, which, by the way, is closer to, I would guess, 3? After the way running a business in the States works. So I hope they don't hire more devs. I was already surprised they hired one. But if they were to hire more, it's not necessarily a good idea for a game like this. I need a weapons stockpile real badly. I just need some generic storage stockpiles. Well, business tax in the USA is 40%. And Zach and Tarn don't exactly have a lot of business expenses. I mean, they probably bought a computer, but like, you know, if we're talking like, okay, cool, that's what, like an $80 expense? Or a new monitor, right? They bought a ultra widescreen monitor for testing. And I think Tarn bought a new computer. So let's just say let's say they spent $5,000 on gear. Like, that's not a lot of business expense. Well, yeah, I mean, the artists are still on the payroll, Claiborne, but like having an artist that works 16 hours a week drawing some pixel art for your game for 3 weeks and then not for 6 months and then back on for 3 weeks and then not for 6 months is not exactly hiring up, right? Which, from what I can tell, seems to be the cadence that the artists work on. They do like a month or two contract, drop a batch of art, and then go back to their day jobs. Like, from what I can tell, every single artist that's worked on this game has a day job. Like, they're not working on Dwarf Fortress as their full-time gig. I don't think that affects anything, pie jamming. Yeah, that's what it is. It is controlled commissioning. And, like, even Putnam's not on full-time. Putnam's on 30 hours a week. That's what they said in chat. So, like... we need baby sprites, actually. That's the one that actually bothers me. We need baby sprites so freaking badly. I mean, I'm agreeing with you, Metalhead. Apologies if it didn't come across that way. I'm still just trying to clean this fort up. Look at all of these store object and stockpile jobs. I'm super tempted to just make a big ol' automated garbage disposal set in this fort, but... Okay, well, I don't know what that affects, but... I just know what running a private business is like, right? It's like me working in Canada, I can tell you it's like, if I make $4,000 in a month, I can tell you it's probably closer to about 3,100, actually. Yes, you can, Alex. I technically already have that. This one right here, everything, all the garbage in here goes into this minecart. And looks like they just pushed it, but then when it's full, they shove it, and it goes all the way down here, and it flings out into this lava pit. But you could do it in much less silly and more efficient methods. That's a very inefficient, goofy design. Trying to get items and stockpiles here. You got an economically associated pit. Well, sounds like your faction invaded a goblin pit and took it over successfully, which is good of them. Why can't you get your Atom Smasher working? You have a pit zone and a trash zone over top of it. You don't need a pit zone. You don't need a pit zone. You just, like, literally to make an Atom Smasher work. You just need one of these. You just need a garbage disposal zone right underneath it. That's all that you need. You don't need a pit zone. Speaking of pit zone, I don't actually know why this ain't working. This is the thing that I kind of want to automate. Did anything happen in the last 3 hours? Oh, boy. Chat, did anything happen in the last 3 hours? Don't mind the pile of elves. We got attacked twice. We got ambushed by 2 different elven factions at the same time, and they fight each other. Mostly. And then the humans attacked. It was a good time. Lots of violence. It's the wrong type of bridge. That's also the wrong type of bridge. No, that... Actually, I don't know if that was in the last 3 hours. And the tavern didn't catch on fire. There was just a creature in the tavern throwing fireballs. Erdim, you're joining the military. I see, often inflamed by hatred, can handle stress, dreams of mastering a skill. Erdim, welcome to the soldiers. Now take your clothes off and go get in the military. Yep, and that Claiborne died because fell asleep next to somebody who was on fire. Dogs don't like eggs. Eggs? Legs. Can confirm. Very much, in fact, they hate them. Must be a good dwarf. They have a pet goose. They understand what is a loving, wonderful creature in life. And is currently carrying a wheelbarrow. It's completely helpless in stressful situations. Well, that's why you're carrying a wheelbarrow. Fortunately, my queen's still alive, though, somehow. We don't actually have that much of a miasma issue in this fort. Most of the death that we have to clean up is outside. What's up, mammals? I always just kind of feel bad making the dwarves spontaneously strip all their clothes off. Whenever I get royalty, the first thing I do is remove all of their tasks so that there's no chance that that'll happen. Just be like, oh, you're royal now? Okay, stay inside forever, thanks. It's actually one of the first things I do. Really need some stockpiles on that. Lorban's been put to rest, yay. What, removing all of their jobs on my glove? Game stitching again? Pathfinding, probably. Or something. Fuck if I know, actually. Let's make more iron bins, because I don't really have anything that is punished by the existence of bins, so... Iron bin, it's more like Iron Maiden. Like 200, maybe not. Okay, maybe not 250. That's killing it. Let's just go 100 iron bins. Military training because medievalism? I sometimes will put them in a squad by themselves if they want it. in your fort because he wanted to leave the same time a rock was coming in? Well, that's a shame. So you could go check a bedroom layout? As in, like, real-life bedroom layout or a Dwarf Fortress bedroom layout? I like the fact that this dwarf got a happy thought after putting on a good pair of shoes. Dwarven Chippendales? I don't know what you mean. Hello, Navy. How you been, dude? I saw you've been streaming again recently. A little bit. They've been going well. We're doing fortress cleanup to try and recover frames. And I'm also draining my moat to get all this crap out. Recover some adamantine and such. Especially now that the best update ever has been added with the culling of the death list. Lumi Blade, who am I giving a dwarf to? Do just let me know. Did the spire yield much candy? Yeah, but I've been too lazy to dig deeper. I'm just trying to recover the swords that I've already made. I could go dig more out of it, but frankly, right now I'm prioritizing more just cleaning up my fort rather than causing more excess, if you know what I'm saying. About what being updated? It was in the patch notes. Culling the death list was in the patch notes. Latest new sub, Odan987. So chat, what kind of dwarf do you think Odan gets? Unless Odan wants to protest for a specific kind of dwarf. You apparently don't get a second champion if they die, so my honorary champion was Porcelet. And then they went into the lava moat, and now I don't have one. Lumi Blade says a cook, so I will give them a cook. Lumi Blade, beard or no beard for Odan. Oh yeah, also Navy, we have a new emote. Which Blood Odan did just now. Beard? I like this one. Thykut. This guy. It's a cook with a pick, hauling iron bars. I can type. Odan. Sorry, I'm stretching. That was... Okay, where did my voice go? Jesus Christ. I'm stretching? Give me a second. Okay, now that I'm stretched. Disdains perseverance, values decorum, disdains nature, values tradition, distrustful, and hates loyalty. Sure. Blissful, remembering a legendary dining room. After dining in a legendary dining room. Does not trust others, is very calm demeanor. A turnaround after being caught in the rain in 249. See, it's great to be caught in the rain sometimes. Is bashful and has an active sense of humor. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he is pleased by this and his talents, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he doesn't seek out excitement, prefers to present himself modestly, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, values decorum and as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Has a deep dislike of the natural world and is a firm believer of the value of tradition and views loyalty unfavorably and dreams of mastering a skill. Oh, this dwarf would be good in the military. He likes nice tin, ruby, and the color pale taupe. The words of the Tomb of Dying and the sound of the fabulous droplet. I can't say droplet most of the time. Droplet and when possible prefers to consume swamp whiskey and hates leeches. Has some friends, including the mayor. Got friends in high places, and is content after being near a waterfall.
Carrie Vibin.
Vibin' indeed, Phineas. Thanks for the 32nd month. And for the first sub notification in 22 minutes. I'll be honest, it's really nice being able to say thanks for the first sub in 22 minutes instead of like, hey, thanks for the first sub in 7 hours, because that's what it used to be like in the pre-Steam DF days. Back when like I only survived because people like Navy gifted subs. Now I just kind of get by. It's nice. Even with the dip in hype. I gotta say shoutouts to Cooler, because I think honestly, Vile Force of Darkness emotes as well as the Vile Mug of Darkness are Cooler's best creations for the channel in recent memory. Genuinely fantastic. Damn right they can no gun. Be careful with your wells. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I think I actually have a work order for this. I do. All right, so nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Everybody does this. Obviously, nobody does that. 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 Nobody do that. Definitely nobody do that. Bodies. Also foot cleaning. I was just looking to see if dumping is an option for jobs in here. I don't think it is. All right. Too excessive? Maybe. It's just the baddies. I mean, a vile force of darkness has come. Oh, that's pretty cool. In regards to the Eagles. I always kind of feel bad when I see like eagles or cool birds in people's forts, and it's just like, oh, you're just like flapping around on the ground. Oh no. Cheers, might be Goose. Raised your enjoyment of the game by 10 times? Happy to help, because that's kind of a huge margin, jeez. You know, it actually makes me genuinely curious. Actually, you know what? For this, I'm also going to turn hauling on. Just leave everybody does this on hauling. I'm basically just pausing every job in the fortress and just letting them haul stuff. You're in baking hell? Are you baking something, or is your fortress baking? Oh, I understand. I understand what you mean by baking hell. In that case, I get it. Could be worse. So, current project, chat. Fortress cleanup. Everybody's set to haul and put stuff away. Gonna be a bit. This is one of those times where if I was using DF hack, I would be very tempted to turn on Fast Dwarf, but I'm not going to. But some people you know want to try it. Gotcha. Only time I really get into baking hell is when I make fudge. That's the closest thing I do to baking. Does what work in the current version? If you're asking about DF hack, I mean, I haven't installed the version before. And you've seen every single second of my gameplay in this version of the game today. So I don't know. I haven't tested it. I don't know if it's updated yet. I'm also not much of a DF hack user, so I just use it for cleaning saves and looking for bugs occasionally. For me, it's an external tool, not something I use for active gameplay. For a lot of people, it's an active gameplay tool. For me, it's like, I'm going to fiddle with the thing to see why there's a problem with a thing. But I would assume it hasn't been updated to this version yet. Hold on a second. Are you asking if hauling works in the current version? Literally what all the dwarves are doing right now. I'm confused as to what you're asking then. Very confused as to what you're asking. So Fast Dwarf is a developer tool slash command in DF hack that doubles the speed physics calculations of all of your dwarves so that they move at double speed. Does it work in the current version? Sure, if you have DF hack installed. Is that a raid salvage pile? Largely, yeah. Largely. It's one of many. I'm also waiting for all this crap to drain. It's like asking, I guess like the question's like asking if no clip in Quake works. Yeah. You just need to enable the command line. There you go. Kind of wanting to make your own DF hack scripts for practice. Go nuts with it then. Sounds like a good way to get work practice and also learn some fun game mods abilities. Yeah, I just don't like, honestly, the only reason I don't like DF hack is it makes it too easy to cheat in game, which is why I don't keep it installed. That's basically it. Chat, I'm going to read this comment because it aggravates me. Looks like they are satisfied with the Steam money. A complete fail of updates for a bug-ridden, poorly coded colony sim. Never, ever index files or add search bars to what everyone complains about. This update is an embarrassment by a mouse with an inscrutable scroll wheel for some lazy coders. Same old tired formula. Fix a little and ignore most of the glaring issues. Add more features so people will grow wary of the mindset. Try polishing your turd just a little for a change, and updating new textures is comical. And I thought no one could sink lower than the devs of EverQuest updating artwork in cities that no one ever goes to. Wow. You want me to read the word story? I can do it. Bad troll? No, I think it's just someone who's genuinely unaware of the way this game works, but... Okay. Dwarves continue to brew... Oh, sorry. Wholesome dwarves continue to brew cats. However, raccoons quickly ignore orders from heretics and dragons and love to fulminate about wet clouds. Today... All caught up. Lord? What? What's up, Lexicon? Generally, those commenters are stupid and put curse words in them so they get filtered out by YouTube's autofilter system. And then I just ignore them and let YouTube auto-delete them after 60 days or whatever. But that one didn't, so. What's up, Sentient? You thought that was the word story? Yeah, same. What Dwarven magic is this? You know what? It kind of bothers me too. 8-sided square? I don't know. Ask the artists. I always thought that the dwarves like slept wrapped up in their beards or hair, or were just kind of like I always thought dwarves' feet were kind of like hobbits' feet, where like they're just warm all the time. Like that they just have a high enough body temperature that they just don't care. But yep, in this version of the game, they have for some reason they have bed sheets. Beard hammock, exactly. They shave the wood really thin for sheets. True. I mean, all crafts worship must be of the highest quality. Yeah, then I wouldn't need to be wearing these big fluffy socks all the time in the winter. My hardwood floors. That sounds painful. Kind of does, but also very itchy. That's my bigger concern, is more itchy than painful. All right, well, let's turn more work orders on. Selected, only selected, only selected, only selected, only selected. Everybody does this, everybody does this, everybody does this, everybody's already doing this, everybody does, only select to do this. Everybody does this. Everybody does this. Well, actually, only selected. Only selected. I mean, oh shit, I've got another legendary weaponsmith. Can toss 3 more weaponsmiths in there even. Strand type game. Only select to do this. And Pumpy. Well, obviously, only select to do this. Who you got into this game and not talked about in 4 years, and then you get a random, fuck you, I've not slept well in weeks, with a photo of 250 hours played. Wait, was this somebody that you still work with, or is this somebody who stopped working with you a while ago? Because regardless, that's really funny. They're practically saints? Generally, yeah. I mean, I think, like, what that person is referring to when they say, like, an embarrassment and all that, what that person is referring to is the only thing that that person in that comment values out of a developer is speed. That is the only thing that that person values. And I don't even know if I can blame that person, because, like, the way modern game development works is you are, well, okay. Let me talk about this from my perspective briefly, because I think this is an interesting tangent. I make content on the internet, right? I am benefited if I upload more than your average person can watch, because I get recommended more, because I'm putting out more, because more people see it, because it's then sent off to people. I am benefited by uploading frequently and quickly, right? So thus, audiences learn to expect content frequently and quickly. Every now and again, you'll get somebody like fucking, I don't know, Lord Mandalore, who can upload once every 2 months and get 1 million views because, you know, he's the random one of like 50 people on YouTube that can actually do that. Like, let's just say, I don't know, Graham Pooh Bear, or like, I don't know, one of those other video essay YouTubers, which are very uncommon in the grand scheme of things in comparison to people like me. Video games are very similar. You are benefited by patching as quickly as humanly fucking possible. And the only thing that that particular person who left that comment values out of a developer is speed. They don't value communication. They don't value the developers' lives. They don't value the developers' financial security. They don't value the developers' work-life balance. They don't value what has already been given to them. They just value speed. And if their demands aren't satisfied as fast as humanly possible, the developer is an utter failure. Which is why I see comments like that, unfortunately, weirdly frequently. Because people believe that if you aren't cramming with your face against a literal concrete while getting dragged behind a truck and still typing to get that patch out by Tuesday, and if all of the features that, you know, admittedly, I would like to, are not done by next week, you're a failure. And this is why people burn out of the game dev industry and quit every 3 to 4 years. And this is why you see humongous amounts of turnovers at studios like, I don't know, Epic Games. So what I value about Zach and Tarn is they don't do that. I mean, every now and again they do that. Every now and again, Tarn will crunch, but Tarn's idea of crunch is he's just obsessed with thing and hyper-focused and just wants to work on a thing for 6 weeks straight. And then we get a cool new feature. But, like, you know, they've worked on this game for 20 years without burning out. Like, I'm going to use RimWorld as an example, right? Tynan worked like that on RimWorld for a very long time. A very long time. Just cramming 24/7. You know what? Burnt the fuck out. And you know what the result of him burning the fuck out was? He hasn't worked on the game since. Largely. Hired a studio of people to work on the game for him and now puts out overly expensive DLCs to keep them funded. Yeah, I would almost say he's barely worked since, but he did write a book, so like. Anyway, yeah, no, I don't think that that is a good way of game development. Personally, I think that I don't care if your game takes 6 months. And I'm the guy who directly profits, so I'm the guy who should be mad. Like, if there was a dozen updates out in the next 3 weeks, that would be significantly more beneficial to me, like, financially, right? Like, if Myths and Magic came out in 8 weeks, my finances would be better. I want them to take their time because I don't want them to burn out. No, absolutely, pie jamming. Absolutely. So, yeah, I don't know. I just needed to vent about that comment because it made me mad when I saw it, so. Apologies, chat room, but people irritate me. Oh no, I've got a Gorlak in a cage. Right. Found that a while ago. Literally, at this point, all we're doing is waiting, though. I'm just waiting for the dwarves to clean this goddamn fort up. I got all the jobs queued up. It's just a matter of waiting. Excuse me. People do irritate me, yeah. You know, it's just like those people who are just like, I would love to watch your VODs on YouTube if you edited them down to nice 30-minute sequences. Like, there was this one person a while ago who put in like a friggin' essay into my comment section where they're just like, this, and it started off with, this video is unwatchable. And it was admittedly full of very useful feedback. And it was just like, I can't watch this 8-hour VOD, but I would watch it if you did all of this to it. And they basically described turning a 8-hour VOD of me talking like this into a Krug Smash video, which probably would be like, based on their instruction of exactly how to do it, would be like 16 hours of editing. And they recommended I pay somebody to do it, which, okay, so if I paid somebody to do it and the VOD's got 10,000 views per, instead of, you know, the 800 to 1,000, which is what they currently get, or 1,500 on a good one, I would be losing money by a lot. That's if I paid somebody to do it. And if I were to do it myself, I would never sleep. And I already work too much. That's the exact same mindset. Spring cleaning for Fort, pretty much, yep. I'm on a tangent now, I apologize. If you guys want to talk about something else, just yell at me. For $90 to pay an editor? Hold on a second. You think an editor is $90 for 16 hours worth of editing? Where the fuck are you getting your editors from? Why are they so cheap? Like, seriously, what? You hiring, like, editors from Moldova or something? India, Vietnam. Yeah. It's like the Philippines. Says the guy who hired an artist from Russia because he was way cheaper than other artists around the world. I mean, take a Fiverr editor. You know, honestly, that's I've never stooped that low. I refuse to use Fiverr. For the same reason that, like, I'm that guy where if I order food, I will order food from a place that's close and walk there and pick it up so that I don't have to give Uber Eats money. I kept the fort alive for 440 years and built a tube made of glass that went from 15 Z levels above the surface down to layer minus 140. I had filled it up with lava. Deep sea mastodon. I don't think I've said fuck Uber. I did say I don't want to give Uber money, but eh. You're part of the food pickup gang. You respect delivery, but you do not utilize their services. I respect delivery. I just try to not use it whenever possible. Which is actually why I generally end up getting shitty pizza from the shitty pizza place in my building, because I can just walk there and pick it up. I know you explained to me how to say your name once before. I think you just said Pee-Pee, right? Is how you want your name pronounced. What kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately. And beard or no beard? Is there a bard? No, I don't think so, but I think I can assign one for you. Actually, I do have an elven bard. If you want to be the one elf in my fort, I could give you an elf who is a bard. But that depends on if you want to be an elf. Otherwise, we could give you a dwarf and then give them the job of bard. You'll take it? Alrighty. Yep, they're a citizen. They've lived here for a few years. He lacks confidence in his abilities and desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He has a calm demeanor after experiencing trauma in 239 and is quite ambitious. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he is wearing tattered clothing. He tends to be a bit stubborn and is changing his mind, and he likes to take it easy. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and moved by art and natural beauty. Runs his fingers through his hair when he's trying to remember something. Same, though, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally values a harmonious existence and doesn't value eloquence so much. Dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. He likes orpiment, tin, dementoid, and rattlesnake bone, and bilbo parchment, and bolts and buckets, and alpacas for their jutting teeth. In the words of the bronze rocks, and when possible, prefers to consume horay marmot, hake, and raspberry wine, and desert limes, and he hates cave spiders. You have many family members, many of them elven, it appears to be. You're very, very good friends with most of the dwarves in the fort. You're very good friends with the captain of the guard, Thanos. You're also close friends with Thok Don't Think and Nutwick. And some of your friends are dead, but you have lots of them. Kind of surprised you're not the mayor yet. You change his place of labor? I could absolutely give him different jobs, yeah. And he's a dwarf. One of us. He's just like you for real? Well, there you go. And you're 68 years old, so still young for an elf. What's up, Frozen Tear? Yeah, part of the reason I refuse to hire a full-time editor is I would feel bad if I didn't pay them enough. Like, I do have an editor who I get to do some things for me occasionally, and long story short, I lose money every single time I do. It costs me more to make the videos than I actually get out of it. Well, I mean, the only thing that's costing me my sanity is that smiley face 8-sided square, but fair enough. Also, I don't mind editing. Editing's fine. What's the breakpoint for an editor versus views? Most decent editors charge like starting $19 an hour, US. And it's very rare that a video makes $19 for me. So, generally what I get my editor to do when I get him to do things is I get him to do maybe 15, 20 minutes worth of busy work that I don't want to do myself. As an example, being like, hey, Mr. Editor, could you cut my Caves of Cud VODs into 30-minute chunks, please? Which is what I did last. And that was like a total of like, I think it was like 25 minutes of work or something. That's starting. And that's for a shit editor who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing and is using some like old version of Windows Movie Maker and it looks like garbage. If you actually want like good, like the edits that people are talking about when they talk about hiring an editor, like yeah, you're looking at like $30, $40 an hour, maybe 50, probably higher. You accidentally drowned one of your miners. Been there, done that. Happens to the best of us. Like, to give you an idea, my editor's very cheap, but also he doesn't do any actual editing. He just trims. That's it. It's just busy work. And I still lose money. No, that's me. I actually live stream the editing process of that. I live stream that over on my bot's channel. No, I do 98% of my own editing. Vast majority of it. I edit all the news videos. I edit all of the Future of the Fortress videos. I edit the vast majority of the stuff on my YouTube channel. Okay, that's not good. The what panda? Nago King Dangslu has come. A panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow scarlet. Its dark brown hair is patchy. You will know why you fear the night. Well, that's not good. Run away, Catan! Run away! Where panda? Why panda? It's chasing Catan. It is caught up. It is catching up with Catan. Catan, fortunately, is leading it away. I don't know if it's been bit. It's been attacked, but Catan screams, I must withdraw. It keeps charging at Catan, and Catan keeps screaming, I must withdraw. Let's see. Attacked, struck. Struck. Okay, not bit yet. Hang in there, Catan. Tired. Has been stunned, heavy bleeding, overexerted. Oh no, winded. Well, definitely been bit now. Yes, has been struck. Strikes. Actually, hold on. Are you attacking with a weapon? Oh, is it? It's whipping him with his shirt. Holy shit. Holy. Hold on. Let me actually see. You bite. I'm only seeing strikes, chat. Struck. Kicks. Okay. Struck. It's literally just like whipping him with the tunic. Swapping him with a shirt. I'm sorry, what, Metalhead? What's up, amateur? Just when you think you have enough Harry of a... Oh, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, I have no interest in open world games. Like, or rather, in open world Ubisoft style collectathons. So, drama aside, I had absolutely no interest in that game to begin with. Certainly not my kind of thing. So it's literally just like whipping him with a... Okay, did it actually bite him though? Strike. Strucken. Stwack. I don't see any bites. Check the dwarf's description. I mean, he's bleeding. But, cannot breathe. Maybe we can rescue him? Or let's go stab this twit to death if you can. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely gonna put him into quarantine for a month if she lives, but we'll keep an eye. Lost a couple teeth, that's for sure. Oh, there we go. Sorry, Catan. Took one for the team, you did. Took one for the team. What a bloody shame, that. And Stormtrooper is trying to go stab that goblin. I don't know if they'll catch him. Yeah, I think he's gone. Cancel the order. Yeah, I never played Breath of the Wild. I don't own a Switch. Probably won't ever play Breath of the Wild, to be honest. I'll probably just do what I've done, which is watch other people play it on occasion. Probably what I'll do with the sequel whenever that comes out is I'll just watch other people play it on occasion. Catan's been found dead now, finally. True shame, that. Yeah, I know the whole Harry Potter thing is just like a weird thing for me personally. Because I just... It's one of those rare instances where it's actually just a franchise that I do not care about. And it's just kind of sad watching all the crap around that game from both perspectives. Ouch, Fusty. Coffin. Let's make more rock coffins. 45 of them. Certainly need more of them. You didn't send it back for 6 months? Wow, that's brutal. I would have absolutely sent it back before then. Just because I would have felt bad. Also, can I just complain about something kind of tangentially related to Harry Potter, but not directly related to Harry Potter? If you've paid money for a video game on Steam, okay, doesn't matter if it's a pre-order or not, and you have the ability to play it, I feel like you should be able to leave it a review. It's genuinely weird to me that there are a lot of people playing that Harry Potter game right now that have bought it, and there are no Steam reviews for it. It's so weird to me. Like, I feel like if your game is in an open beta, that's one thing. If it's like a multiplayer only thing, that's one thing. But if it's a single player game primarily, and you allow early access to people who just give you more money, they should be allowed to leave it a Steam review. It bothers me that Steam allows that. Sure, Van Goose, but like, it bothers the shit out of me. I felt the same way about Darktide. It's like Darktide's reviews, I feel like Darktide did a lot better because it sold its game to its most dedicated fans 2 weeks before the game came out, and they couldn't leave it a review. Like, it bothers the shit out of me that they allow that. Drives me nuts. I think it's just going to for forever, too. No regrets? Fair enough, but I know plenty of people that have been complaining that they felt duped with that one. So, I don't know. I think it's goofy. Either have a review system or don't have a review system. No, I know it won't. I mean, that's a bad example. I'm just using that because it's doing that right now, and it bothers me. But it bothers me whenever a game does that. Like, regardless of what franchise it's in, I don't really care. It just bothers me that, like, oh, you can just charge... Like, Call of Duty did the exact same thing as another example. It's just like, yo, you can just charge a lot of money for a game. Okay. And then after you charge a lot more money than you normally would for a video game, you can then not allow them to leave an opinion for their friends? That's weird. That shouldn't be a thing. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, as pro-consumer as Steam can be at times, that's just such a weirdly anti-consumer thing. I don't think so. I think that unfortunately, people who love that particular individual outweigh the people who would leave negative reviews for that product. But then again, that's also me just having zero faith in humanity, so what do I know? I don't think it getting review bombed would necessarily be unjustified. I'll put it that way. Which you're not sure you've seen before? Oh, just look a little deeper. There's plenty of games with mostly negative on Steam. Plenty. Like, here, let me just grab one. As an example, Space-Based DF9, overwhelmingly negative. Superpower 3, which I played Superpower 2 back in the day and loved it. Overwhelmingly negative. There's two. In fact, I think this is actually the lowest reviewed game that came out last year. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Okay, NBA 2K23 has gone up. With 2K22, is that still overwhelmingly? Okay, that one's just mixed now. Wait, which one did you buy? Space-Based DF9? I wouldn't even blame you on that one. Towns is hard to find these days, but Towns also had pretty rough reviews back in the day. Oh, there you go. Towns, mostly negative. God. You know, I remember when I thought 4chan was cool. Which is like, I guess just kind of states what year I was born in, but. Just took out a giant marsh titan that was hurling fireballs? Damn right! Hell yeah! Guys play Tribes? I played Tribes 2 once at a friend's house, and then I played some Tribes Ascend. And then Tribes Ascend ascended into the heavens and never came back down, and it was a sad day, and I haven't played a Tribes game since. You miss towns? I kind of don't. Dwarf Fort's better. But yeah, I played Tribes Ascend. I was terrible at it, but it was fun. If you like to laugh at dumpster fires, I mean, I don't think that the amusingness that comes out of 4chan is worth the pain that they cause, but you can have that opinion if you want, Orange. I'm not going to take it from you. You regret everything? I mean, that's one hell of a, like, hashtag. I've seen so many stream communities ripped apart by that game in the last 24 hours, it's not even funny. With, like, one exception, and that was Bike Man, because he was streaming it, but raising money for Trevor Project. It's just kind of sad. B is 4chan, though. You know, I'll be honest with you, I've never actually been to 9gag and don't actually know what 9gag is. Aside from occasionally I will see posts of memes on the internet with a watermark for 9gag. I know nothing about 9gag. Isn't it just a blog? like 4chan Lite? Not to be a dumbass or anything, but isn't that Reddit? Like, okay, fair enough. 9gag is shitty Imager. So Imager. Okay. You know what's weird to me is people use Imager as a social media platform. I used Dig before Reddit. I was also on Dig before Reddit. Dig still exists. What's up with Hogwarts? J.K. Rowling is a transphobic, psychopath, and has been going on tirades on Twitter for the past 2 years. And instead of, just realizing that she's pissed a lot of people off and shutting up like a normal human being would, she's doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, and sextupled down, and is continuing to reinforce her just kind of mean opinions, I would say. So that's ripping apart stream communities when streamers play the game. So it's like, okay, do you stream it and then half of your community rebels because they like J.K. Rowling? Or you stream it and then half your community rebels because they hate J.K. Rowling? And so watching a couple streams of it last night, I mean, game looks fine for whatever it is. Looks like a kind of generic open world with a Harry Potter theme. But it's just soul-crushing watching people be like, well, I can't watch your streams anymore because you're streaming this game, which is a justified take in my opinion, but it's just horrible to see in real time. Oh, is that an accidental ad? I was about to ask if you were trying to ask something or if you pressed enter early. Well, I mean, it just turns into a public flame war in chat, right? Well, like if somebody in a chat room is like, well, I don't want to watch this stream anymore because I'm trans, and you're supporting a game that has benefited someone who is a horrendous transphobe, then that's a valid take to have. And then all you need is 2 people in chat to be like, well, fuck you, bitch. And then suddenly, like, chat's a dumpster fire. So it just sucks. For me personally, if Zach and Tarn Adams turned around and, I don't know, I'm going to be very careful with my words so that nobody takes this out of context. If those 2 brothers over at Bay 12 turned around and decided to do a complete character switch and become horrible people, I would, in fact, stop streaming Dwarf Fort. Doesn't matter if you pirate it as a streamer, Fusty, because if you're a streamer, and, like, you could do that on your own time, pirate it and have fun, but go to the Swedish Public Library and get your copy of whatever the fuck and have fun. But as a streamer, if you're promoting it, somebody's going to buy it. If you are a streamer, somebody's going to buy it. So you are directly giving free advertising to a product. So for me, yes, if Zach and Tarn turned around and said something horrible on the internet, which fortunately they're pretty good people, and that's very, very unlikely to happen. But yes, I would go stream different games. Well, I mean, it's the same reason I'm not taking all of the, like, ad offers for Raid Shadow Legends that I get, right? Is because one of the reasons I'm so happy to stream this game, regardless of how well it does on my channel, and one of the reasons I've been able to stream it for multiple years, is because I genuinely believe that the people who make this game are good people. I've had the opportunity to meet them on several occasions. I've gotten to talk to them. I agree with their values. You would watch me do a raid ad? I wouldn't watch me do a raid ad. And that makes promoting their product easy. Because as somebody who works in this industry, I'm a walking advertisement for whatever I'm playing. And if I choose that to be a company that I hate and despise, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep very well at night. But because it's a game that I love, made by people that I respect, it's very easy to be a mouthpiece for Dwarf Fort. That's very, very easy for me. You know, people talk about burnout in this industry all the time, right? People talk about people having a hard time working and staying in this industry for a long time because they have a hard time continuing with the grind of playing new games all the time, constantly taking sponsorships. It becomes a job if you go in that direction, right? It very much becomes a job if you are working towards making yourself into a mouthpiece for publishers. Like, imagine your entire job is promoting the work of EA Games. And every single time there's some controversy with EA Games, they lay off a bunch of people, they put out a shitty product, they promote a bad business model. You're promoting that. Right? Yes, but here's the thing, right? If you promote things and work with things that you genuinely believe in and love, it's a lot harder to burn out. I genuinely couldn't tell you the last time I burnt out streaming. With the exception of, back when I was actually taking a lot of sponsorships. I play games that I believe in made by people that I respect with business models that I feel okay promoting so that I can live with myself and sleep at night. This is a very dark industry, streaming, which is like a really weird thing to say. It's like, oh yeah, I know the people who fucking play video games on the internet, right? But like, genuinely, this is a very dark industry. And it's very easy to make it into a dark industry. Sorry for like becoming weirdly real there, but I've been doing this for a decade and I'm not sick of it yet. And people can run their businesses however they want. But for me, if I happen to be promoting a game that I enjoy playing and indirectly supporting, or in some cases, like in the case of Zach and Tarn, directly supporting creators that I respect and appreciate, sleeping at night's super easy. Like, as an example, right? On Monday, I recorded an interview with the developer of this game, right? On my next, like, spat of free time on a day off when I'm not working on any Dwarf Fortress related projects, I'm going to record like 40 minutes to 2 hours of gameplay of this. I'm going to put together this interview as a video, and I'm going to premiere it on my YouTube channel. And you know what? It'll underperform under everything that I've done. But you know what? I'm going to feel fucking good about it because I think that that game is phenomenal. And there are some quotes in that interview, which is on Patreon right now, which you can chuck $1 at me and listen to it if you want. Or just wait 2 or 3 weeks for me to get the video together, and then you can watch it then. But, like, that is something I feel good about. Do you want me to take it one step higher and also just, like, you know, say fuck Warner Brothers in general? The devs got paid, right? They've been paid salary. And, like, it's a really crappy argument to make. When you're a developer working on a video game, you get paid salary. It's already one of the highest selling video games of all time. So saying that it punishes them, guys, it's like the most selling game of the year and last year already. Like, it was one of the highest selling games of last year, and that was just its pre-orders. Like, they're doing fine. Play whatever game you want to play. If you want to play that game, go play it. That's fine. I'm not going to fault you for it. Streamers promoting it is very different than random Joe number 42 buying it and playing on Steam. You know? Just, if you want to go play games, play games. Have fun. Get it where you want. Play it where you want. It's fine. I'm not going to fault anybody for doing that. But me promoting it, or streamer with 8,000 viewers number 42 streaming it, that equals a lot of sales. If I stream a game, 500 people will buy it. Potentially. A certain Wizard RPG. BWS. Anyway, I've been rambling for like 10 minutes and like not reading chat. Do you think that Dwarf Fortress was Zack and Tarn's midlife crisis? It was their early midlife crisis. I think the Steam version was their midlife crisis. I think that Dwarf Fortress was Zack and Tarn's early midlife crisis. And this was their midlife crisis. Think about it this way, PY Jamming. I'm not going to say what developer, but there's a developer of a game that I've streamed quite a bit of. So you guys could probably like think about it and figure it out. It's not Dwarf Fortress. But there was a developer who once told me, you know, we wouldn't have made it the last 6 months if it wasn't for your streams. Because they just weren't selling enough copies. And every single time I would stream, I would sell, you know, half dozen copies or so. And they'd see them on the days that I would stream. You got renamed after you died. Like, that's what you came back to. Someone gifted you a dwarf after you died. Frank the Witch. I always want to call you Frank the Twitch. Because I always see an extra T in there for some reason. Thanks for the $1. Not again, lol. Exactly. But yeah, no, I'm aware of my influence because I know what a stream is worth. Right? I am well aware of what a stream is worth. And I also know what people are willing to pay for streams, which is why I'm aware of my worth. Like, as an example, right? My views are kind of low today for various reasons. You know, there's lots of big releases right now and people aren't watching as much Dwarf Fort because a lot of people burnt out on it in a pretty quick period of time. But, like, being blunt, with 280 viewers right now, I could probably pretty easily charge $450 to $500 an hour for a sponsored stream. That might be pushing it a little bit. That'd be on the higher end. When I was averaging 1,000 concurrent, there was a developer that offered me $4,000 an hour for a thing, which felt high. I know what the value of a stream is. I know what the value of a stream is because I know what publishers are willing to pay for them. So, you know. Which is also kind of why I have to laugh whenever I make a video about something that's not Dwarf Fortress and people accuse it of being a paid ad. It's like, I don't think this developer could afford this as a paid ad. No, Alex. And you want to know why? There's a very simple reason why. Well, I mean, Crypto Casino offered me $60,000 a month when I was averaging 1,000 concurrents. They've quieted down since I dropped below the 500 view mark. You do want to know why? Because if I've taken money from a publisher, I can't give you an honest opinion. I can't. I'm now biased towards that publisher the second I take money from them. And people say, they're like, oh, you know, you're allowed to be honest. Yeah, sure. But there's a reason I stream almost nothing published by Team 17 even when I like it. It's because they're one of the few publishers in the past that I've worked with a lot on sponsored gigs. Worms, etc. Worms' 25th anniversary, which happened during the pandemic, me and my whole stream team actually stayed up all night and streamed on their channel for an hourly fee to play Worms for their 25th anniversary celebration. I've done various sponsored gigs for various Team 17 games. Excuse me, Patreus, while I vomit in a cup over the concept of NFTs. Anyway, so when you become biased towards a thing, I can't give you an honest opinion. And to me, the most fucked up thing about this industry at this point is the fact that nobody pays attention to traditional reviews anymore because reading books or reading websites and blogs is boring, and because it's just not where people's interests lie anymore, which is fine. So when they go to streamers, they expect an honest opinion. Because for some reason, people seem to think that guy writing for IGN is more biased than person they know who streams on the internet. Yet guy working for IGN is paid salary by a company to write reviews about video games, whereas streamer, vast majority of us, make our living being paid by publishers to sell you copies of their video games. We are the most biased in the industry. By far. And I'm trying to remove that because it helps me sleep at night. Because I like being able to play a video game and give people an honest opinion. And believe it or not, the vast majority of game journalists, the vast majority of websites, with the exception of a few shady shitholes, are significantly more ethical than people on Twitch. By a lot. Also, I'm going to read this block of text by Jennings. You completely went off Joe Rogan after realizing how ignorant he is. I mean, he's a fuckwad. Dude, it's the same reason I say that I don't respect people who weaponize their audience. Precisely. Now, Joe Rogan's a weirdo. Well, I mean, hot tub streams, like, that's a completely different discussion. What people are willing to do with their body, they can do with their body. I don't care. Like, honestly, like, I fucking do what you want with your life and with your looks. And if you're attractive enough that people will watch you sit in a hot tub, or hilarious enough and bold enough to sit in a hot tub, go with God and have fun. I'm staying far away from that kind of content, though. Who the fuck is Joe? Some shithead on the internet? Like Gushka? Everyone's got to eat, and you know what? I didn't take many sponsorships before the channel grew in size a lot. And now that the channel's grown in size a lot, I'm doing better. You know, fun fact, I actually had the term hot tub in my chat banned for a while, Alex, because I genuinely consider that sexual harassment, so sod off with that. BioSoup, is there a way to build a town like from level 0 On Z level 1? Is there any way from building a town? You mean like from the very bottom of the magma sea? I mean, think about it this way, right? Your coworker asks you to show up show up to work naked. It's basically the equivalent of telling a streamer to do a hot tub streamer, even if it's joking. It's just like, show up to work naked tomorrow. Fuck off. It's my only answer response. One level build into level below. One level build into level below. I don't understand the question, I will be honest. Maybe chat does? Beverly Hillbillies to personally endorse their cigarettes with the... I mean, I've never actually seen the Beverly Hillbillies. But I know that multiple cigarettes brands sponsored the Ghostbusters back in the day. Yeah, I have no idea what you're asking, BioSoup. Like, can you build down? Can you build on 2 levels? Yeah. Dig down into lava. Are you asking if you can, like, go beneath the lowest possible layer? So massive spoilers here for a second. If you're talking about, like, the bottom of the lava, right? The bottom of the lava is this. It's this semi-molten rock that you can't dig through. It's like bedrock in Minecraft. And then beneath that, there's this, which is hell, which is the actual bottom. So can you go down to the actual bottom? Yeah, you have to go down through hell, but good luck. And if you're asking something else, then I've lost the context of the question. I really need to make... Once I've finished draining this, I need to make this drain quicker. Something's fighting. Gorlak and a dog. No! See no Gorlak. Oh, I see. It was actually a... no, okay. Where is this? There's a Gorlak running around in my fort? Somewhere, apparently. I don't play Minecraft. Oh, so wait, you want to build down into a volcano? So you want to build down into lava? Without draining it? You'd have to turn it into obsidian, so you'd have to seal it off with obsidian and water. No, you can't mine Slade. You can build in the Slade. On the bright side, the fortress is slowly getting cleaner. Go around and dump stuff. Which is literally the whole point of today, is just cleaning up. Putting stuff away. Cluttering. It's like Marie Kondo, Dwarf Fortress edition right now. Anyway, sorry about the weird random ass tangent that probably like annoyed people and lost me followers, but kinda is what this industry is. And at the end of the day, the way I run my streams are significantly less profitable than they could be. But you know what? At the end of the day, I don't fucking care. I don't do this job to make all of the money. If I wanted to have a job where I could make all the money, I wouldn't be streaming video games on the internet, and I sure as fuck wouldn't be streaming Dwarf Fortress. You know what makes you happy? Not money. Being debt-free and stability. You want to know how much debt I have right now? $11 because I didn't quite pay off my entire credit card bill, and I checked this morning and went, fuck! And so I'm $11 in debt right now. So chat, like, you know how you see those people on Twitter just like begging for like random sugar daddies to pay off their student loans? It's like, chat, if only I had $11 to just pay off my credit card, I would be under so much less stress. That's me right now. And I did the math last night right now. After December, if I were to lose all of my income tomorrow, I would have a 1.5 year leeway before I'd have to go find a job. And that's without actually going into my investment savings. That's just my immediate accessible savings. So, you know. I was being satirical! But thanks for the $11. Is there a way to catch more than just mussels? You went and dammed up the river and put cage traps down in the dry river to let it fill back out. It's been 2 years and nothing caught yet. Navy, thanks for the $11.
Here, solved.
Sorted. We've solved my debt problems. In the first 20 minutes of college? Why so little? How did you pay for your textbooks? I mean, I was like being satirical, but in fact, because you guys are kind, here, BWS, have ad-free viewing. Better to have no monies in savings and have no debt than to have lots of debt. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm an odd duck on Twitch, but I like it that way. Even the people I work with directly think I'm nuts. So, even though they're like, well, I mean, if it works for you, which is, you know, kind of like, I guess, the odd way of just being like, dude's crazy. That's their good luck, bro. Yeah, except I'm still here. And many people that have, well, nobody in my team, but many people in the past that have literally given me that, okay, good luck, don't stream anymore. Is Vancouver expensive? It's like asking if, like, San Francisco's expensive. Vancouver is one of the most expensive cities in the world. I don't technically live in Vancouver. I live in Surrey, which is fine. It's a normal city, maybe slightly above average for Canada. Biosoup, what kind of dwarf would you like approximately? And beard or no beard? I'll do my best to give you the closest dwarf I can to that. Still cleaning up. $12 Armok forbid $12.50 in debt. There'd be no saving. True, yes. Armok forbid. Any digging dwarf with beard. I may need to make you a new digging dwarf. Thanks, Anonymous, for the 25 gift subs. Actually, half of my miners are military now. All right, let's find... Anonymous, thank you very much for the 25 gift subs. You are very, very kind, by the way. To whomever you might be out there. And to anybody who just got ad-free viewing bestowed upon their Twitch account, well, thank Anonymous. Wake up in the morning, wash your hands, and go, thanks, Anonymous. Biosoup. Pick-having dwarf with a beard. He's completely oblivious to the concept of neatness, so this is why my fort's a mess. And will just leave things strewn about without a care. He's gripped by crippling shyness and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. He's always tense and jittery, and he finds helping humor in most situations. Can you reasonably manage your current living situation if I were fit to drive? Well, I mean, I can't drive, and I used to commute by bus, and that was fine. It sucked, but it was fine. Here's the thing, right? This isn't my first job. Unlike a lot of people in this industry, this isn't my first job. I've had 6 jobs before this one. 7, actually. One of them I kind of don't count. I'm not going to get into what all of those were, but all of those required commuting. Every single one of them. This is the only job I've ever had in my life that didn't require commuting. So, I don't know. I'd commute. I'd make it work. People have to pay for textbooks. That's very much a rest of the planet thing. But it's also kind of a joke because they are hilariously expensive in the States. They're only just expensive here. Although you get the money back at the end of the year. It's more like a down payment here. Anyway, he actively avoids, where was I? He prefers that everybody live alone, or he prefers to be alone, and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. He is confident under pressure, and he is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, does not feel lustful, and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors. Apparently he's going to go drink, I'm not following you. And he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors, and he thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he's quick to anger, and he is not particularly ambitious. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And when he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized, and he personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent, and he would have peace at all costs. He has he views decorum as a high ideal and is offended by those who fail to maintain it, finds friendship burdensome and values a harmonious existence and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Mood. He likes shirt, gold, honey, yellow, beryl, crystal, glass, and bull shark parchment, and the color mint green, and picks and ballista arrows and cave crocodiles for their strength. And the sound of the fuchsia silkiness and the sight of the mellow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven cheese, plum wine, and split flour, and purple amaranth leaves, and hates oysters. Wrote the physics books that you would use and just felt like he was fucking with you? That sucks. Sorry you had to deal with that, dude. I need cage traps. Let's go iron cage traps. Somebody's fighting. Weird. From certain online Russian libraries. Yeah, people torrenting textbooks is not uncommon. All right, so this is going to be added into the hospital now, finally, which I should have done earlier today, but I kind of forgot about it. A look-see at your reborn dwarf? No, of course. Although you're in the military, so I have to find you. At least I thought you were in the military. Yeah, you are in the military. Hold on. That's livestock. Jesus. Thanks for the $5, Phoenixes.
Beer.
Scared the piss out of me. But thanks for the $5. Okay. There you are. Lyagushka. You are in the military. Yeah. Have a pixie. Took like 10 minutes for that to go through. Because it was behind the alerts are off. There are no alerts. But it has to think about all those subscriptions before it gets to that. I actually have no sub-alerts. They're completely disabled. It just has to think about them first. Also, I only take cash. I have a question. How is that legal, Cassandra? Like, genuine question. How in the fuck is that legal? Good God almighty. Also, you're often inflamed by hatred and you develop hatred towards things. Nagushka. Started. Form you. Alter Ego, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself, dude. We're going to be playing some CUD tomorrow afternoon, by the way. After the normal Dwarfy stuffs. Which is going to make like 3 people in chat really, really excited. Bright side, we are definitely getting all these shoes cleaned up. I have no idea how we got this Forgotten Beasts mangled chitin into here. Genuinely? No idea. But apparently we did. Okay, why are you dumping items right there? You shouldn't do that. They should go there. All right, I'm going to just use this, and we are going to build this anew. Uh-oh, did I just kill a child? Dredge, don't you... I just killed a child. Splat, yep. Well, oops. I, lock the doors before pulling the lever, yes. Were they unhappy? I didn't actually see if the happiness meter went up or down. They very well might have been unhappy. They don't actually have hauling allowed. But hauling isn't considered dumping. Which is interesting. Lenarno, hello. Your dwarf's still alive, unlike the one that just got flattened. Hello, Vervolts. Yeah, you should disable hauling corpses and refuse for chores. It's generally just a good idea. Well, it's not that they don't like work, it's they don't like carrying dead bodies, generally. Also, thank you to the person who bought me a coffee, by the way. I just checked my email. I saw that. Appreciate you. But no, to be kind of blunt and transparent with you guys, currently, financially, I'm doing better in one stream than I used to do in a week or two. So, when it comes to, like, business model and whatnot, it's very hard for me to be like, well, now I obviously need to go and do the thing that I hate again. Like, for me, it's like, it's freedom from the part of this job that I hate, right? And the part of this job that I fucking hate is the part where... Ah, geez, why did I build that down one layer? The part of this job that I fucking hate is the part where I have to go pester companies for money. That is my least favorite part of this job that ideally I would never have to do again, right? I fucking hate that part of this job. Like it is the worst part of this job, far and away. I would rather do literally anything else with my time than go and pester big companies for money, for advertising. And I was largely able to survive with minimal doing that for a very long time. And if I could just continue doing that without doing that, that would be significantly more reward than, you know, having to do that. And I also don't really feel like hiring a marketing agency will sell my audience as ad placement space, which is how you get all those big deals that you see streamers getting where they're like, I'm flying to this place to do this thing at this event, and I'm flying to this place and putting a bunch of hashtag ads on Twitter and all that stuff. Like that's not fun to me. That's work. And that's the worst kind of work. It's soul eating, unfun work. So for me, every day that I get to just play fucking cool ass video games on the internet, is a good day. And that's why I started doing this in the first place, so I can play cool ass video games on the internet. It's still a job, but it's a job that you're capable of doing for a much longer time. Like, I won't deny that streaming is a job. It absolutely is a job. 1000% it's a job. Happens to be a fun one. I'm making a setup that it's impossible to crush random citizens with. I mean, and that's why I've taken sponsored deals in the past, right? I've absolutely taken sponsored deals in the past. I hate every second of it, but I've done it. Oh, what am I doing? This. Stop. Screw it. Actually, we don't need a track stop. We don't need to do it that way. We'll just use dump orders to get it done. I'm playing it. Montecore? Maybe a pressure plate. I find when I use pressure plates, I kill more of my own dwarves than anything else. Actually, no, I don't want to use closest material for that. I mean, what would the point of that be, Lenarno? To quote somebody from chat earlier today when someone else asked this question, the community kind of already has. So why would Bay 12 need to do that? The child you were trying to keep alive went nuts. That's the worst feeling. But number 2 game that I'd be playing right now, if I could play anything and the views wouldn't change. Right now at this exact minute, not what I want to play. That's a good question. Although the trap answer of this is if I say it, then chat will be like, "Oh, stream it." Probably Warsim. I'd like to stream some Warsim. Warsim would be fun. I'd like to play through Gloomwood a second time. I'd like to play more Conquest of Elysium, but the entire audience on Twitch seems to have lost interest in that particular video game. I'd like to play some levels of Brigador again. Waiting for Brigador Killers. There's a couple tiny minimalist puzzle games I'd like to play through. I'll be playing, well, Quid is a British money thingy. Cud is a video game I play sometimes. Haven't seen Cheese Runners since a while. Yeah, it's been a bit since I played Cheese Runner. Yeah, Quad and Quid gets screwed up in chat all the time. It's a fun one to correct. It's a pretty fair slip, though. Where's the Quid? I'll have it. I'll take it. Fair statement. I don't have a brain for games like that. Not the kind of puzzles I enjoy, sorry. I like relaxing puzzles. I don't like brain-numbing bullshit. That's just brain-numbing bullshit. I mean, I know what a quid is. It's also what happens when someone tells you to quit it. Quit is the past tense of quit. I'm not 100% certain I agree with you on that, but okay. I suppose I see the logic to a degree. An anonymous gifter, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Sponsored by Satan. Are you implying I'm sponsored by Satan? Roger, Alex, gotcha. Or quit it out. Yeah, quit it out, you quiddling quadiac. I'm just saying words now. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the past tense of quit is quitted, yes. You quitted something. Which is not to be confused with being acquitted of something. The English language is fucked, y'all. Surprise. Does anybody know that if you put a trap door over top of a dumping zone, will they move the trapdoor aside to then dump the item? Because I don't really want bodies being thrown out of this hole like that. Those socks just did. You haven't tried it? Well, let's find out, shall we? Let's use these marble ones. We'll find out in a minute now, won't we? You think they just phase through? I think they do too, but I'm not 1,000% certain. I don't have any statues right now. What a shame. But for a fortress cleanup session, this has been a good cleanup session. And also, like, I don't want to, like, get overly excited, but we're in the 30s for... Fuck. I was about to say we're in the 30s for the frame rate, and then it drops back down to 24. Quite a few dogs. Yeah, it's not that many. I do need to slaughter some, though. It's mostly the ant people that are causing frame rate issues right now. Not so much the dogs. I killed the brass exterminator? Brass exterminator? Time for science? What science are we doing? I mean, I think Belliner has a science emote. There you go. I'll do science for you. Seems like it works. Would you look at that there? That's pretty good. All right, so let's get rid of this stockpile. Dump all this, dump all this. Unforbid all of this. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. What are we cooking, Langishka? Oh, right, yes. We did, in fact, kill that Forgotten Beast. But honestly, the thing about a lot of the cavern critters, walk into the map and then walk out of the map, right? That's generally what they do, right? They walk onto the map and they walk off of the map. Having a Forgotten Beast like that killing everything is not necessarily a good thing. New garbage chute? Yes, working on it. It could actually be a bad thing. Because you constantly have entities running around in fear, fighting and dying and 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 fighting and dying, fighting and dying and fighting and dying and fighting and dying and fighting and dying and oh fuck, it's not actually working. Never mind. That's disappointing. Well, regardless, it's working now. But it's half constructed. I'm also throwing a lot of construction materials in here and stuff. I don't actually care. I'm just trying to get rid of everything that's in that pile. Although on the bright side, they're all running through this lovely fountain every time to throw all these items out. Which is probably for the best, actually. I get to run through the lovely, 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 lovely fountain. Speaking of lovely fountain, my lava's draining. We're getting there. Means tomorrow we're going to be renovating the lava pit, I think. Hope you guys are enjoying this long-term fortress stream, by the way. Because I've been really enjoying it. I like doing long-time fortresses. Long-term fortresses are fun to me. To lava mode since it's due for redesign? I mean, we could dispose of some stuff up there, but I don't really want the doors to be running from layer 28 all the way up and then all the way back down every time we want to get rid of something. If anything, that is the end goal, yeah, Alex. If anything, I want to, and also to keep this faction alive. If anything, I might have an automatic corpse disposal or distribution set up to dump corpses down a chute straight into here from up there. But I would rather just use this. This is the long-term patch? Potentially. You want to see the new Reclamation as a stream, but you'll enjoy it on the YouTube? It'll go up weekly because that's what I can realistically do. I'm actually 2 episodes ahead on the Reclamation stuff, which is good. It means I don't actually have to make a new episode this week. It means this coming Friday I can go do other things. Also, out of curiosity, to anybody who's playing older forts, just because somebody just left a comment about this, is anybody having trouble loading mods post-patch? I'm just curious. To anybody who's been playing with modded saves in this. Because someone's asking if there's any issues loading mods. Because my assumption would be no. Didn't check, might do now. Please check. Just so I can give that person a response. Nope, nope, not that. That's not what I wanted to click on. Sock, yes, that's what I wanted to click on. God, there's so much stuff up there. Dark Age save makes sense. And in my opinion, if you, and this just goes back to another thing that I was kind of saying earlier. In my opinion, if you want to play super modded save files for Dwarf Fortress, my best advice for you is to load it outside of a Steam install. So click and drag, copy your Steam install to somewhere else on your computer, load it off your desktop, and install all your mods first, and then move it elsewhere. But I'm assuming most graphical mods probably wouldn't cause problems. Bigger overhaul mods might. It's also part of the reason I'm using no mods. Just to keep continuity smooth. All right, well. Wait till someone makes a mod launcher. I see that as rather unlikely with Steam. Because Steam kind of is your mod launcher. But you never know. Weirder things have happened. Aww. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Needs walkable perimeter, but okay, fine. I'll wait until your perimeter is walkable. Are you stuck, or are you just hungry? You're constructing a bridge and you're just hungry. Okay. I think a new launcher would actually, the use case for a new launcher at this point would be for Classic. I'm an idiot. I should have thought of that the second it was stated. But yeah, once Classic modability gets to the point where it was previously, then yeah, at that point you'll see a launcher. Yeah, Classic. Classic would be a reason for there to be a launcher. And also chat, new intro animation when? Honestly, I'm never gonna be one of those people to be like, adventure mode when, but new intro animation when? Yeah, I fucking feel you on that, dude. I absolutely feel you on that. Also, I'm just curious about something. Since we were talking about money quite a bit in this stream. Look at something behind the scenes because I'm just suddenly curious. I think by halfway through tomorrow, I will have made more in the first 8 days of February than I did in all of February last year. Also, my average view count for February last year was 53, and I got 117 follows in February last year. This February so far, 341 is my average view count, which admittedly is like down by about 100 after January. And I got 189 followers so far this month. So we doing pretty okay. This is a big ass bridge that this dwarf is building. I feel bad for you. And also back then, I was basically just the only person streaming Dwarf Fortress. It was just me. It was nobody else. Just me. Sometimes one or two other people. I think that somewhere there's an anonymous person gifting out subs to people with poignant names because they can't write messages when gifting anonymously. That's very funny. If I am correct, trying to think of a goofy username that I could request somebody gifts a name to. But I'm like blanking. Poor dwarf. Get yourself a drink there. Vote ground. That is pretty. That would be pretty goofy. Need a door right there. Do demons ever breed? The ones down in hell can breed, yes. But did my demons ever breed? No. My assumption is that the ones on the walls just can't. Maybe being stuck in rock for so long removed any inclination for them to go into horny mode. But who knows? So currently, after a day of fortress cleanup, we've gone from a steady 8 to 10 frames a second up to pretty consistently in the mid-20s, up to sometimes in the mid-30s and 40s, which is pretty good, actually. I'm quite happy. Their bits done calcified? Yeah, their bits done calcified. Which is unfortunate. Wouldn't wish that curse on anybody. What was I doing to achieve that? Disposing of unneeded items, mostly. Suited giraffe, who am I giving a dwarf to? Something about being trapped in a small room by dwarves is the opposite of an aphrodisiac. They've been stuck in a 1x1 boxes for forever. You don't know? Do you want me to refund it? I could do that if you want. How do you get demons? Dig deeper. And when you see sparkly, dig sparkly. Some Snow White shit. Kinda is. Hubris is a good response. Nuke the Bunnies? Excuse me? Is there somebody named Nuke the Bunnies and I didn't see their username? I'm very confused, Suited. So I'm giving a dwarf to the person in chat named Nuke the Bunnies. I will just simply believe you that there is somebody in chat named Nuke the Bunnies. Who, what kind of dwarf am I giving to Nuke the Bunnies? I'm looking to see if I have a butcher. I don't think I do. I don't. I just have millers. Don't have any siege engineers. An angry one? I'll give you the maddest cook, who's actually slaughtering a puppy right now. Nuke the Bunnies is 84 years old and is a legendary cook, and I'm sorry for calling you out, Lurker. You say gassy unicorn? I mean, a gassy unicorn's also pretty good to use. She is completely convinced of her own worthlessness and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations after being forced to endure the decay of a friend. She is gripped by crippling shyness and hates vows and obligations and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life. She is conflicted by this since she values since she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. And she is often moved to mercy. She is quite ambitious, and she doesn't mind. I've completely lost my train of reading. She is quite ambitious, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She often forms tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is quite lustful. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she becomes exasperated. And when she becomes exasperated, she clicks her tongue. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and sees the concept of sacrifice for others as truly disgusting, and she views decorum as a high ideal, and she is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, respects power, and finds leisure time wasteful, and dreams of raising a family, and likes Pericles, Bilin, Moss Agate, Naf fabric, spears, tables, earrings, and the words of the bronze rocks. When possible, prefers to consume octopus and tomato wine, and absolutely hates mussels. Chat room. I'm not ending stream yet, but I think this is it for Dwarf Fort. It's been a long day. We had some pretty epic battles. We had some good cleaning events. We did many great things and completed many cool things and got lots of stuff done. So I just want to say, if you are watching the stream right now, if you could say goodbye, YouTube, that'd be awesome. Today was great for Dwarf Fortress. Now, we're going to continue streaming for another 40 minutes or so. We're going to go play something else for a little bit that I kind of want to play because chat mentioned it earlier. So I'm going to save and move over to main menu. That one.